this app specifically have been in our spaces, they've heard us break this thing down. They've heard us break it down. But it is what it is, man. I refuse to let ignorance win. So ultimately, like what is a freedman? When you look at this term freedman, it's an ancient term. It's an ancient term. We just have it in the English today as the word freedman. Many of you who are Christians, you'll notice in your Bibles the word libertine. And if you have a New International Version Bible or Standard English Version Bible, the word there listed is freedman. When you look up the word freedman in the etymological dictionary, the first thing that pops up is the word libertine. Why? Because this is an ancient status, and it denotes something, right? It denotes that there was a previous condition and now there is a new condition. Real simple stuff. Real simple stuff. The previous condition obviously was slavery. The new condition obviously is a freedman, someone who has been freed from slavery or freed from bondage. This concept is so simple to understand that it baffles me that anybody has a hard time understanding it. You know, we've seen messages over the days that people talk about, we got to get these freedmen up out the paint. It's like, what? Anyway, what does American freedman mean? And I want to cite from something that we typed up. American freedmen means the 4 million men, women, and children emancipated in 1865 by way of the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution. It also includes the progeny of those historically identified as Negroes, Blacks, Coloreds, or Mulattoes of African descent who gained freedom from slavery prior to 1865 by way of either the Emancipation Proclamation, being contrabands under the Confiscation Acts, being fugitives in accordance to Article 4, Section 2, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution, as well as the Fugitive Slave Acts, freedom suits, gradual abolition or emancipation in northern states, purchasing their own freedom, manumission by owners, or enlisting and fighting as patriots during the American Revolution. American freedmen families today are the descendants of those people that we've just named above, insofar as how they got that status of freedom. But the focus here specifically is on the American freedman who gets this status. 4 million people get this status in 1865. Hence this term American freedman, which we view as more of an ethnic term, because freedman is the status name, and American freedman is how we're referenced as a population group. And I'm going to put a lot of this stuff in the jumbotron in a few minutes. So I'll take a breath right now, and you could go to Ali or Marcel, because I want to put some stuff in the jumbotron and then come back to it. I wanted to lay the foundation of the simple, clear foundation of what a freedman is, right? It's simply a status. It transcends one's race. That's first and foremost. Our race is incidental to that fact because the people that were freed in 1865, or we want to start in 1863 with the Emancipation Proclamation, they were quote unquote black people, labeled as Negroes, called colored folks, etc. There were no white freedmen. This is a lie that is being spread by a group of pretendians, namely Secure the Tribe and several other fake wannabe Indian groups that are online causing confusion. Some of whom was trying to get on your stage last night and be disruptive to you and your guests. So I'm going to pause real quick, and I'm just going to populate the Jumbotron some, and you can go to Brother Ali or Brother Cato, Marcel.
Okay, I see Ali, I think he may have been having connection issues because I saw he disconnected. So Marcel, would you like to go ahead and add on to what Nyhiem was saying there?
Yes, I think you might be. Can you hear me, Newstoter?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I'm sure Twitter's acting up because I see myself as a listener and not as a speaker. So this in Twitter has a new update every damn second hour. But yes, there are no white freedmen, and I'm tired of pulling punches. Nyhiem is right. It is some of the people, and the only reason I'm saying some are for people like Katie and Sonny and a few others that I know are legit and don't engage in the foolery. That's the only reason I'm pulling punches. But it is mainly disgusting, time-wasting, casket-warming because they're nothing but dead-weight trolls who associate themselves with Secure the Tribe. That the hashtag Secure the Tribe, unfortunately, is a hashtag which once was meant delineating a very bad name, who are trying to put out these bad faith, disingenuous lies about freedmen. There were no fucking white freedmen. And every time you ask them to try to prove it, they can't do it. You got people like Yaya, who I have blocked, who have me blocked, and that's the best decision I could have ever made on Twitter, going around like being posting some BS video that I am not going to watch, because no matter what, you post something, if you find something on YouTube, does not mean it's true. There were no white freedmen. The Virginia Law Review did a thorough review of the Freedmen's Bureau documentation. And here's what they found. Of all the people served, and this is in the Jumbotron, by the way, of all the people served by the Freedmen's Bureau, I want to read this from the Jumbotron, from the review that the Virginia law, and remember now, Virginia was the capital of the Confederacy. They did a thorough review of the Freedmen's Bureau, and here is what the records show. And I'm going to read this Newstoter. It says, in December 1865, General Howard, the commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau, submitted to Congress a report describing the activities of the Bureau under the new statute. The report revealed that in practice, most of the Bureau's programs applied only to freedmen. Freedmen were the only beneficiaries of programs such as education, labor regulation, bureau farms, land distribution, adjustments of real estate disputes, supervision of the civil and criminal justice system through the Freedmen's Court. We had our own Freedmen's Court, registration of marriages, and aid to office. Both freedmen and refugees. Now notice what it says there, Newstoter. There were two groups. Those so-called white freedmen that people are, on which people are deliberately lying, they were refugees. Refugee was not a special political status that is carried on. They were only refugees until they received their placement after the fall of the Civil War. They were never freedmen. Never. Now, but it states those two groups, refugees and freedmen, both received, okay, there's more than Jumbotron. Let me find my footing. Give me a second, please. Because I'm going to read that whole, I just want to stop there to show that freedmen and refugees were always two separate groups. They were never the same. Okay, here it is. I'm back. Both freedmen and refugees received medical assistance, but not in equal numbers. As of October 30, 1865, there were 6,645 freedmen under treatment, but only 238 refugees. Moreover, freedmen received about 3/4 of all rations distributed. That was food. Only in the area of transportation were the benefits to freedmen and refugees approximately equal, but this represented less than 1% of the Bureau's budget and was a fraction that Howard's report described as merely ceased. So do you hear that, Newstoter and people in the audience? Freedman was never, ever applicable to white people. And this lie that the Freedmen's Bureau served just as many white people as they did Freedmen, first of all, even if they did, so the hell what, that still would not make white people freemen, and they still would not enjoy that special status that we enjoy today. But we see that's a lie, Newstoter. You read it on Virginia law. The people, a law review agency and institution in the state of Virginia that broke down the Freedmen's Bureau from letter to letter. I have another document I want to read. People saying they were white freemen. I want to read arguments from some congressional representatives who were saying that it was unfair that the Freedmen's Bureau and the freeman status was only for Black Americans. Here's one. Okay, here's another statement. It's reads, although the statute did not explicitly mention all the powers enumerated in the 1864 bill, remember y'all, the first Freedmen's Bureau Act was introduced by the House in 1864. It didn't pass the Senate in 1865. Its language was broad enough to incorporate them. Also, the 1865 Act did not require that freemen and refugees, there you go again, two groups, be treated in the same manner. Once in operation, the Bureau undertook all the remedial activity contemplated by the earlier bill and generally provided that assistance to blacks alone. And Newstoter and Ray and Ogun, I'm probably going to repeat this same thing again, have more people filter in the room, because as often as they spread the lie, I will be here to destroy the lies. If I may, I want to read one more thing from this overview that the Virginia Law Review did about Freedmen. I want to read a statement from someone who felt that it was unfair that it was only going to go to blacks. Here's someone right here. This was said, what was this bastard's name? Legislators advanced a variety of arguments in opposition to the bill. The Democrats contended that such social legislation was traditionally the exclusive concern of the states and therefore should be left to them, of course. Upon its framed in several different ways, the objection that the bill benefited only blacks. This is what the Democrats were saying, the party that hated black people. If the Freedmen's Bureau was for white people, as these liars, obstructions, trolls, and casket warmers are saying, then why the hell were the Democrats arguing against it? I continue. And y'all, when I pause, I have to go back to where I was. So please excuse my pause. I go back. Okay. A proposition to establish a Bureau of Irishmen's Affairs. Did y'all know that? The Democrats, because they felt the Freedmen's Bureau was excluding white, they tried to start what's called an Irishmen's Bureau. So this whole lie that the Irish were enslaved too, it's not a new thing. They were trying to tell that lie even then. I continue. Okay. A Bureau of Dutchmen's Affairs, or one for the affairs of those of Caucasian descent, generally who are incapable of properly managing or taking care of their own interests by reason of a neglected or deficient education. So the same argument that nowadays these anti-Black American bigots make, that what about the poor white? They were trying to make those same bad faith arguments then, as if they don't know that we are special people owe the debt because of chattel slavery, Jim Crow redlining, and other government-sanctioned hatred. But here we go. It says why the freemen of African descent should become these object of special legislation to the detriment of the unfortunate whites. Here you go. It continues. The propriety of incurring an expenditure of money for the sole benefit of the freemen and laying a tax upon the labor of the poor and perhaps less favored white men to defray it is very questionable. So where the hell are people getting these lies that the Freedmen's Bureau ever served white people when you have these anti-black white Democrats arguing against the Bureau and the Freedman status because they said it only served black people. You see, I don't deal with emotions, I deal with facts. But the problem we have, Newstoter, I'm going to land right here, is that we have too many people who give dummies, and when you are delivering ignorant, then you are a dummy, who give dummies bad faith trolls and instructionists and audience, and because they're dumb as hell, they just go and repeat whatever they hear. They don't even want to hear the facts, and that's why they are instructionists. And I land there.
All right.
I would love for them to come up here and challenge these facts.
You know they're not going to do that.
Max, I saw you in the room, Max. Come up here, Max. Let's have that debate you said you want to have about this.
I don't see Max in here no more. I wonder if he already left up out of here because
He ran when I started spitting facts, as they admitted.
Yeah, Max is a few. I don't want to say a few. He's about 60 cents short of $1, a whole dollar. But did you want to say something, Newstoter? And I'll get back into this thing because I want to.
Oh no! It's like I told you tonight. I said like this is your thing here. So I'm just, I don't. All I know is that just being black and being descendant of chattel slavery means that I'm a freedman. So I'm not well versed on it.
That's what matters, Newstoter. I'm sorry to cut you off,
Yeah.
but y'all, ultimately, it's lineage that matters. Are you a black American descendant of American slavery? However, for disaggregation purposes, for purposes of specificity, what works best in legislation? I'm learning this working with these state representatives here in South Carolina. They are telling me the same thing. What works best with legislation? And did y'all hear? And I'll praise for y'all. I'll put it in my Twitter feed. The first thing they asked me when I spoke to them about all the Freedman affair, they asked me where else has this been done? Where else is this being done? I'm gonna put that on my Twitter thread because anybody thinks I'm lying. I am learning by working with these lawmakers. What matters most in legislation is precedent. If something has already been done, that is what matters most. So Freedman is precedent. So yes, what matters most is lineage. Are you a black American descendant of American slavery? We don't have to fight over terms. But people trying to argue like Freedman is not a valid term, I'm going to fight against that because it does matter, and we already have a term that specifies us as a special group, and I'll be damned if I give it up.
Real talk. If you want to go ahead, Nyhiem, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Indeed. This excellent breakdown by Marcel. I just really want to give proofs. That's what's in the Jumbotron. You see I have 6 book covers up, right? One is the Constitution of the American Freedmen's Aid Union. The other one is what's the year on this one? It doesn't say the particular year on this one, but the other one is from Vaughn's Freedman Pension Bill, a plea for American freedmen. There's another one for Vaughn's Freedman's Pension Bill, a plea for American freedmen. This is we can look back in the antecedents and show that antecedents and show that this term was used. We have another book cover, The American Freedman, March 1868. Preliminary report touching the condition and management of emancipated refugees made to the Secretary of War by the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission, June 30th, 1863. And I'm going to get back to that. The American Freedman, a monthly journal that was published this cover is from, or this edition is from May 1866. But the part that said touching the condition and management of emancipated refugees. Now, you heard Marcel speak to the refugees not too long ago. In the Jumbotron, I have something up. Grant, Lincoln, and the Freedmen. Make sure y'all are pulling this information from out of the Jumbotron. I'm going to put some more stuff up as we go along. And the cover or the frontispiece reads, Grant, Lincoln, and the Freedmen, reminiscences of the Civil War with special reference to the work for the contrabands and freedmen of the Mississippi Valley. Now, you see that word contrabands there. So when you go over left to the very next slide, you're going to see another screenshot. And it's titled A Rare Phenomenon of Philological Vegetation. The word contraband and the meanings of emancipation in the United States. It reads, the federal government never nationalized Butler's contraband policy. If you know about Fort Freedom in Virginia, then you would understand who Butler is and what the contraband policy was. Laws and executive orders quickly superseded his declaration. Yet, as a name for fleeing slaves, contraband, quote unquote, has significance beyond Williams's estimate and beyond anything Butler could have predicted. Such slaves became critical to the Union war effort, weakening the Confederacy by their flight and offering the Union valuable information and labor power. On battlefields and Navy ships and in all manner of correspondence, those fugitives became quote unquote contrabands in the parlance of military officials. Notice it says in the parlance of the slang of military officials. Even more intriguing, the term jumped immediately into popular culture. Refugees from slavery were portrayed as contraband. I have the whole PDF to this as well. So what's being highlighted here is that even, because they try to look at refugee, and when we shut that argument down, that's when they started to make the white Freedman argument. We just want to close up all of these little rat holes, right? So even when you're looking at this term refugee, those camps that were called contraband camps, that was the de facto name. Contraband was a de facto name. It was a pejorative, a contraband of war. This is why it says the federal government never nationalized Butler's contraband policy. Laws and executive orders quickly superseded his declaration. Well, what were those laws and what were those executive orders? They were centered around the creation of the Freedmen's Bureau, so whereas those contraband outposts became field offices for the Freedmen's Bureau. I'm going to find that map and I'm going to put that up in the Jumbotron as well. I have all of this stuff on my timeline. So even when we're talking about refugees, as Brother Marcel noted, it was a small number of them compared to the 500,000 refugees that escaped their bondage and headed to those forts like the one in Virginia. So a lot of what we're hearing coming from the uncontrollable opposition, they have controlled opposition. This is just uncontrollable opposition. They're fools, they're idiots, and I call them special ed Twitter. And I'm curious to hear what some of these other people on the stage have to say as well. So I'm gonna cut this thing real short because I don't have my sword out anymore. I got my two axes out. I'm running up and doing real damage on a lot of people. And if you're not going to speak to the topic, don't speak at all. Because I'm not going to go back and forth with no trolls. We're going to do the topic and the topic only. So I'm going to just be quiet for now to see if anybody on the stage has something that they want to add. Can they refute any of this information that we've presented so far? Because so far, we've laid out what a freedman is, what the status means. We laid out what it means to our ancestors as American freedmen being identified as a specific population group. We destroyed the bogus, weak lie that freedmen were white. And even with the refugees, we're showing how, even with that term refugees, most of the refugees was still our people. It was still our people. So I'm curious to hear what somebody, has to say
Nyhiem, there's more. People get confused about the two type of freedmen. There are American freedmen who are descendants of people who were not enslaved by the quote unquote 5 civilized tribes. I hate that damn 5 civilized tribes. They called them civilized because they were enslaving our people. So they were not civilized. People get confused and try to say that they are one and the same. They are not. American freemen were the majority of us who were not enslaved by the 5 civilized tribes. The people who are the Native American freemen, the black people who were expelled from the 5 civilized tribes, those are Native American freemen, whatever tribe that enslaved them. Here's how you know they're not the same. The Freedman Bureau Act that made me a freeman, that made, most black Americans, ancestors freemen, made us freemen, that was established in 1865. The American government did not make a deal with the 5 civilized tribes until 1883 or 1893. It was 2 or 3 decades later when the Native American freemen came along. But you see,
it was 66, Marcel.
66. It was 66. It was after the American freemen received our status. Because remember, they had to force the Native Americans to stop slavery. They were the last to give up their people that they were enslaving. And I just want the land there.
Real quick, I'm gonna say this for any speakers. That's if you want to speak tonight, go ahead and raise your hand. If you're not gonna speak at this time, also because we got people that want to actually come up and speak, then go ahead and drop down the listener. And when you want to speak, go ahead and then come back up, request to speak. But if you're not gonna speak at this moment, we got other people that want to speak as well too. So go ahead and drop your mic, drop down the listener, so we can let somebody else come up as well. If you're not gonna speak at this moment, so. On that,
let Brother Ali go in, being that he's a part of, be the power, of course, and a part of this presentation, and then we can go to the hands after that, brother, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want everybody to know that if you're not going to speak at this moment and you're up in the speaker spot, go ahead and drop down so we can go ahead and get somebody else to come up. But I see we got quite a few hands up here, so I guess you guys is that a Cuz Milk Thunder? Are you gonna speak anytime soon? Hey, Cuz.
Cosmic Thunder.
Cosmic Thunder. Okay, looks like he's dropping down. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring you up, Professor, because I know you're gonna more than likely go ahead and speak as well too. So go ahead, Mr. Ali.
Yeah, peace. My apologies for coming in late. So I was out in the car. I was listening as much as I could. I don't know exactly what you guys covered. I heard Marcel break down the law review piece and some of the stuff he said later after that, Nyhiem. But basically, from what I can tell, you guys have already laid it out. I just want to add this in case you didn't. When we talk about the political status of freedmen, we're talking about the constitutional status of the people, right? One of the synonyms for the word political is the word constitutional. So when you look at it from the perspective of a constitutional or political status, you understand it when you realize that this status was created from a national perspective. I'm not even talking about the fact that it was being used prior to 1865, but from a national perspective, meaning across all 50 states, with the 13th Amendment, which is the supreme law of the land, because it's the United States Constitution. So when people talk about Freedman papers, where are my Freedman papers? The ultimate Freedman paper that you need to look for is the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, because this is the thing that actually designates these people as such on a national basis. All right? So that's the main thing that you got to understand about where this thing is coming from and what it's rooted in. It's rooted in the Constitution. So when we say it's a political status, we mean specifically that it is actually a constitutional status. It is a legal status. That's an actual fact. It's legal because it's rooted in the law, which is, like I said, the supreme law of the land, 13th Amendment. So that's a fact. It is an active status. It is nothing that abolished that status. As long as the 13th Amendment stands, the status that was created from it stands. As long as your history is known to the rest of society, your history as a formerly enslaved people, that status remains. The only way the status goes away is if somehow the 13th Amendment is overturned and somehow your history is wiped from the minds of the people. Other than that, your history or your status as a freed people, a formerly enslaved people, will remain with you. Another name for that is called the stain of slavery. We walk around every day with the stain of slavery. It's something that we cannot get rid of. That's why the status stays there. Because everybody knows who you are. Like it's a saying, and I use this a lot when they say your reputation, because another synonym for the word status is reputation. Your reputation preceded you. So this thing, this Freedman thing, was already there before any of us were even born. It came before us. It was there. And as long as people know your history as a formerly enslaved people, that status will remain. So I just want to say that, and we could, if y'all want to move forward into something else, we can move forward.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get to the hands. Marcel, you may want to check the comment section because I believe it's a Just Sean or somebody left a comment for you about, let me read this real quick. Let me see if she was saying, answer this, please. Title 38 statute of the United States Code gives you the veteran status. What title statute gives you freedman status? Then she came back, she says, I need the facts on this question.
Just answer that.
I'm going to say, I didn't answer it. Right, Lee just answered that, but I want to go further. People like to correlate the Freedmen's Bureau with the Freedman status. That's insane. The Freedmen's Bureau was an agency of the government, and the Congress decided not to provide it with more funds. But they never rescinded the Freedmen Bureau Act. I have asked them, all these people, where the Freedmen's paper? Where the Freedmen's paper? I've asked them, show me where Congress rescinded the Freedmen Bureau Act. Show me where Congress rescinded the Freedmen Bureau Act. They can't do it because it never happened. So, LaShawn, the status, the paperwork that gives us the status, even beyond the 13th Amendment, were the Freedmen Bureau Acts, Freedmen Bureau Act 1 and Freedmen Bureau Act 2. The only thing that has to happen are the programs for freedmen need to be reintroduced. Congress today can literally say, you know what? Let's go ahead and give funds back to the Freedmen's Bureau Agency, because the only thing they did that closed the Freedmen's Bureau was they decided not to fund it, but they never rescinded the Freedmen's Bureau Act. Also, let's talk about other statuses that exist. There were times in this country where certain statuses that exist now did not exist in the past. Like for a long time in this country, there were no statuses of people who are disabled. Now you have an entire department that serves the needs of people who are disabled, that qualifies them for programs they can get. And that started in the early 1930s, 1940s, and then it was finally solidified in the 1970s. So statuses that give people access to programs is something, that's how the government works. And by the way, when I'm talking to lawmakers, like people in California have been talking to lawmakers, we have never gotten this whole freedom doesn't work. All of them know that freedom works. All of them know it works because it's precedent, which is why the first question that State Representative William Gilliard and State Representative Marvin Pendarvis, both of them are lawyers, the first thing they asked me was about the Office of Freedmen Affairs. They didn't say, oh, well, you got to have a specific group because it's race-based. They recognized right away that freedmen was a special status. The only thing they asked, where else has this been done before? Precedent. Precedent matters. And that's why the freedman status makes our movement stronger, because it gives us precedent that this country's already acknowledged we're there and has done programs and specific policies for us. And I'll end there.
Yeah, somebody, Tyrone, I think he said in one of the comments, he was saying a lot of people that hold spaces against the freedmen are up in the actual space. If anybody that's leaving comments wants to come up in here and wants to go ahead and join the discussion, you are more than welcome to come up here and request the mic and to speak tonight. If you have any questions, we have Marcel on the panel, we got Nyhiem, we got Mr. Ali. So if anybody wants to come up here, be it man or woman, and you want to go ahead and discuss this, because while they're actually up here talking, they're not really looking at the actual comments. So if you want to come up in here and have a discussion with them about the actual freedman status, then by all means, come up in here. Anybody been up in the Newstoter space knows that we will go ahead and we'll let you get the mic you know, unlike yesterday when it was a Q&A, I know a lot of people didn't understand what a Q&A meant, but tonight, if you want to come up in here and request a mic, and you want to go ahead and you want to challenge or go against anything they're saying, you're more than free to come up in here. You don't have to waste your time leaving comments in the comments section. The mic is open and available to anybody that wants to go ahead and come up in this space and wants to have a dialogue with anybody up in here.
Exactly. Yeah, Sonny, let's go. Make that request, Sonny. Jump up on the stage. You've been dying to have this conversation. You've been holding 24-hour marathon spaces, talking about the Freedman, this and the status, talking about me. I don't care about what y'all say about me, but now we got this scholarship on the table. Jump up on the stage. Let's go. Let's go.
Also, let me real quick, because I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get to the actual speakers that's up in here as well too. We're gonna go to Negro. Is he still up in Negro? We're gonna go to you. We're gonna get to Mr. Engaging. We're gonna get to Brolic. We're gonna get to Freedman. We're gonna get to Callie, Professor, and Black Pressure as well too. So, like I said, anybody that wants to come up here and speak tonight, right now the actual speaker spots are all filled up. But when somebody goes ahead and speak, then I'll go ahead and I will drop them down so you can go ahead and come up here and speak as well too. So go ahead and give me a second, and we'll start dropping speakers as we go. And anybody wants to request to come and speak, they're more than welcome to come up here and speak. Negro. Has who had a chance? Mr. Ali. Yeah. Let him stay because he's one of the experts. Okay. Yeah, but we're gonna when after Negro goes, we'll drop Negro, and then we'll go like that. So we'll drop people here and there and allow people to come up that want to speak. So if you want to speak in the space, I have any issue giving you the mic. So let me go ahead and go to Negro. Negro, go ahead and unmute your mic.
All right, salute to the host and co-host. This is that Negro. They got my first channel, but this is me. I heard something real loud and clear last night, and I wanted to share it with all y'all. We have all came to the agreement that reparations is lineage based. So how in the hell are we shifting back to a status? Like, that makes no sense to me at all. And as long as anyone here can admit to the reality that we were Negroes before we were freedmen, I'll agree to we were freedmen before anyone in this room were born. It's that simple. I also would like to say, interview Nyhiem, Lord Abba. What is a freedman? A freedman is a political status. This is not something that we put all of our eggs in one basket and get behind something that was in effect for 7 years. Negro was here 6,000 years before Christ. I got documents. Hold on, man.
Yeah, go. Let him finish. Hey, everybody, just go ahead while somebody's speaking. Let them go ahead and speak, and then we'll get to everybody. Go ahead and finish, Negro.
Right, I got documents that I'll be putting in the up in the jumbotron for sure. But what I'm saying is, I'm not here to argue about anything. What I'm here to say is that we've all got over a lineage. We all stuck to lineage base to get reparation. Okay, Freedman is not a lineage, y'all. Freedman is not a lineage. It is a status. And I keep on hearing this being said, and that is propaganda in itself, setting our people up for failure. Why? I'm sorry. Wait. Why? Hold on.
No, Marcel. Let him go ahead and finish, and then we'll go ahead and we'll get to him. Like, because we got to go ahead and let people go ahead and get their point across. Let him go ahead and finish. Negro, go ahead and finish, and then we'll get to you. Go ahead, Negro.
Right. I appreciate you, Newstoter. Like I said, Freedman is not a lineage. Let's go with the thing that will really get our people the best chance to make reparations a reality. Freedman is not it. You can stand behind that. You can scream that from mountaintops,
but let's get a lineage base like we all said from the gate. With that being said, talent is my dude. Don't be backstabbing people while they're not here or while they cannot speak back to you. That's to Nyhiem that brought Special Field Order 15 to these Negroes. That's going to get us across the finish line, period, point blank. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to say this real quick. Y'all, you know what, this thing I don't have patience for. You didn't listen. I clearly said. Wait. I don't understand how too waited. I am talking now. You clearly did not listen. I clearly said lineage is what matters. I clearly said it's about being a descendant of American slavery when Newstoter said that he knows that he's black and he's a descendant of American slavery. So just because y'all choose not to listen doesn't make what I said not what I said. That's first of all. Second of all, the reason we are having this conversation is because people like y'all keep going after the term Freedman, trying to say it's fraudman and stuff like that. Freedman is useful because it helps this aggregate us as a special group. But yes, a person who is a black American descendant of American slavery will get reparations. That being said, you can choose not to hear it all you want, but that's what we said. But I'm going to stand my damn ground on Freedman, and if people don't like it, huh? Shit.
Mind if I
Yeah, please, Ali. Please.
Hey, but real quick, because I want to go ahead. Ali, let me get back to you. Let me go ahead and get to some of the actual speakers. Let them get a chance because you guys are experts, so y'all gonna be here all night. But let me go ahead and get to some of the speakers just to move it around for other people.
I really think that comment that brother made needs a response, brother. I know you want to move this thing around, but that what he said was so false, and it deserves some special attention. I really would like for Brother Ali to respond to that, brother.
Ali, let me give you about a minute or two, and because I got to go ahead and get to Mr. Engaging next as well too. That you got people that's waiting patiently, so I want to go ahead and get to them as well.
Absolutely. Okay, number one, Negro is not a lineage. Negro is a racial classification, right? It's a pejorative and it's a derogatory term, and it was a term that's used for evil against our people. That's a fact. It is a term that comes out of the Romance languages of the Europeans that was first applied to Africans. This is not anyone's indigenous or aboriginal name. If you ask any of these people to give you the etymological breakdown of the word Negro, they're going to tap dance because the word comes out of the Latin languages. It comes from Europeans. They imposed that name on people who already had their own names, whether they be Yoruba, whether they be Wolof, whether they be Mandinka or Hausa, whatever they were. The name was imposed on those people by outsiders from outside of the African continent. That's a historical fact. It's a linguistic fact. It doesn't have anything to do with no 6,000 years. Anything to do with that. That's number one. Number two, in this country, like I said, it was used as a racial classification and a derogatory term that in many instances was synonymous with slave. It is not the name of the people. Inside the Jumbotron, when the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission was interviewing people in the year of 1863, there was a man that they interviewed when they asked him specifically about the word Negro. They asked him, when you're speaking to each other, do you refer to yourselves as Negro? And he said, we call ourselves black, we call ourselves colored, but we do not call ourselves Negro because that's a name that they use on us during secession times. These people did not respect that name. Let me tell you something, we're going to do a whole breakdown on Negro because we have to really educate people on the truth of this name. Freedman is, in fact, a status. And when we talk about lineage-based reparations, lineage, first of all, means families. Let's just be clear about that. Because a lot of people don't even understand. They're throwing the word lineage around, and they don't even really understand what that means. Your lineage is your family. Black is not a lineage. Negro's not a lineage. Freedman's not a lineage. Colored's not a lineage. None of those things are lineages. My lineages are called Anderson, Thomas, Bradley, Harrison. Those are the 4 direct lineages that take me back to the institution of Negro chattel slavery, where the people have the status of either slave or ultimately free people. Your lineage has to link you to something or somebody. So when you talk about lineage based, don't just talk about lineage based. Lineage to where? Where's it taking you to? It has to take you somewhere. And when we talk about status, we're talking about the people who had the status of slave and was changed to free people with the 13th Amendment and the Civil War, where afterwards these people were made specific promises and commitments that the United States government reneged upon, that we are now trying to hold them accountable for. You people don't know a damn thing about the history. You don't know what we're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Yet you're making arguments about shit you don't even fucking understand. We are so far past you. I'm being dead serious about this. You people are like 10 years behind where we are. You have no right trying to talk to us or question us about a goddamn thing because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Mr. Ali, real quick. We're gonna have to land it.
Can we go to the hands, please?
Yeah, we got. Hey, hold on. Let me go ahead because we got to get a control of this room right here. We have 3 guest speakers up here tonight. That means we only gonna have 7 open spots for other speakers. I'm going to need the guest speakers to go ahead and allow us to get round the room. Don't come off your mic if you hear something you don't like. We got to go ahead because now we got 3 people waiting to come up here and they can't get up here. So we have to drop one of the actual other speakers so we can make room. So Marcel, Nyhiem, Mr. Ali, it's going to be stuff that y'all going to hear tonight that y'all going to want to respond to, but y'all not going to be able to respond right back. We're going to have to go ahead and get to it the way we normally get to it. So y'all going to get a chance to respond tonight, but let me go ahead and get to the actual other speakers. Also, let me go ahead. I didn't get a chance yesterday. Some of my people went ahead and donated with all the crazy shit that went on in these spaces last night on Cash App. So it's always a must. I give my people a shout out. Chef Burrell, Wayne, Deborah, Rena, thank you for your contributions. Thank you, Mr. Engaging tonight, for your contribution. But y'all, we got to get a little bit of order in here. We cannot keep coming off the mic. If we're going to hear stuff we don't want to hear, we got to go ahead and let other people get a chance to speak. So I'm asking the actual guest speakers, Marcel, Nyhiem, Mr. Ali, you're going to hear something you don't like, let them go ahead and speak. Let us get it around the room. You guys are going to be here. They're going to be the ones dropping now. So you're going to have a chance to respond to whatever y'all hear tonight. Let me go ahead and get to Mr. Engaging. Mr. Engaging, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Just real quick, too. When you hear this bell go off, your time is up. Just letting y'all know.
All right, cool.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to be that long. It was just like a short question, or just like to get more of like understanding and clarity. That's all. My question is like, why specifically the group of Freedmen want to be pigeonholed to the word just solely Freedmen, instead of just using just saying we're Black American people, just use the term and then like use it as just a legal term or use it as a way to get reparation, but it's not to actually define it like us who we are per se. Like our ancestors went by Black. That's what we all know by. That's on our driver's license, our birth certificates and stuff. So like the same thing with Negro. I don't think we have to call ourselves Negro. I think that these are different terms that were used politically to describe our people one way or another, or to push for agendas. So like, I find it very kind of like confusing when people just say it has to be Freedman or this, or it has to be Negro or this, or it has to be this, that, and the third. And I find that kind of disingenuous and actually divisive amongst a group of people where we should be all fighting together for reparations. Okay, so
Okay. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Marcel. Y'all gonna have to go ahead because we got people that's waiting to speak. We're gonna get to y'all. We got to go ahead and let Mr. Engaging go ahead. You done, Mr. Engaging?
He said he was done.
Wait, well, dude, you don't need to speak for me, bro. Like, come on,
Okay, listen here. Everybody chill out, okay? We're going to go ahead and we're going to run the actual space. We need some cooperation with our people. We need some discipline in here tonight as well, too. I know there's a lot of different varying points of views on this. We can't get around the room if we've got people that's been waiting for a minute right now that haven't even got a chance to speak. We got to go ahead and let the people speak. Go ahead, Mr. Engaging. Close yours out, and then we're gonna go to Brolic next.
Thanks, man. That's all I really, because it comes across confusing to some people. Like, you have some people that might be versed in different things. So I look at these different statutes as different, like, legal definitions and different things of that sort. And, like, you can thumbs down all you want, Marcel. Like, you ran your mouth over an hour.
Just go ahead, Mr. Engaging, and get to your point, man. Don't worry about it.
Like, these guys are, like, speaking disparagingly against the whole entire group.
Nobody's disparaging you, bro. Just finish your point, bro.
Hey, Mr. Engaging, don't worry about anybody else. Just go ahead and get to your point, man.
I was going to make the point, and the point is that we don't need to be speaking disparagingly against one another on that stuff. We need to actually figure out a way to get this reparation and figure out how we get more numbers on board with the conversation. And I think that just by saying just Freedman and just Freedman only type of thing is being very divisive on a reparation discussion when we should be more inclusive, especially to Black American people of the lineage. Like, come on now.
All right, Mr. Engaging. I appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and remove you from the speaker right now so we can get somebody else to come up as well, too. Brolic, go ahead and unmute your mic.
You can go to the next person. I need to get ready, hold on.
You said what now?
You can go to the next person. I go after them.
Okay, Freedman, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Peace. Salute to Newstoter, white people institutions are most definitely racist and race-minded. American Freedman, proud American Freedman, reparationist. My lineage name, Walker, Simpkins, Dodson, Holmes, and Brown. So that is what lineage is, your family name. It's very simple. Freedman, as we said a trillion times before, and we're probably going to say it infinite more times, is a legal political status. How do we know the 13th Amendment? How do we know the 14th Amendment? How do we know the 15th Amendment? How do we know 1866 Civil Rights Act? How do we know Freedmen Bureau's Act? These are laws and legislation. When you want to ask where's the link to all the cowards in the comment section, I just gave them to you. U.S. Title 8, U.S. Code Title 8, Chapter 4, Section 61 through 65. One of the greatest American freedmen of all time, Frederick Douglass, the first freedman king, Harriet Tubman, the first freedman queen, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the second freedman king. I would say the second freedman queen, Fannie Lou Hamer. Or you can say Callie House. I don't give a goddamn. But whatever you call them, you will call them the American freedmen. Frederick Douglass had a letter. It was called Freedman. Freedman on deck. Freedman first. We have laws already on the books that are specifically and exclusively for the American freedmen. In other words, a Cherokee freedman is not a Frederick Douglass freedman. A Seminole freedman is not a Harriet Tubman freedman. A Chickasaw freedman is not a Fannie Lou Hamer freedman. Okay? A Choctaw freedman is not an Ida B. Wells freedman. A Dr. King freedman. We are not the same. We are the greatest representation of blackness in this country and in the goddamn world. Lewis Latimer, an American freedman. Garrett Morgan, an American freedman. Everybody, Michael Jackson, the greatest, most popular black man since Jesus Christ, an American freedman. Okay? We have an entire history in this country. Our history most definitely precedes us. This is all circular, and I think that with some people in this space, and some of them are on the stage, and some of them are in the comment section, a lot of them are on Twitter, and some of them are all over the world, but we're not going to get through to them. I really don't care. I really don't care. When it was time for the Negroes to present and advocate for Negroes at the OMB presentation, not one Negro was there. Not one Negro was there advocating for the Negroes. But you know who was? The American Freedman. We presented our case, and in fact, there is support for it. Why? Because there is legislative precedent. There is historical precedent. If you look at Ali's profile page, it says the American Freedman. So what is there to dispute? The only thing to dispute is the nigga shit. We don't have time for the nigga shit. It is not divisive to be specific. It is not divisive to call us American Freedmen. And in fact, if it is, I don't give a fuck. The vision is divine. Salute to Ali, aka Steve. The vision is divine. Delineation is divine. The American Freedman is our legal name. So when they say, who is owed reparations? It is the American Freedman. Nobody else. We talking about American Freedmen first. Nobody else is owed reparations before us. Not Africans, not indigenous people, not pretendians, not nobody else. If you are an indigenous black person, make your separate claim, because you will no longer tether and code switch like the coon and tether and code switcher Kamala Harris. She is not an American Freedman.
Hey, Freeman, Freeman, we're going to have to land that plane.
No longer attach yourself to being Black American and then at the same time say you're indigenous. You are code switching and tethering. And when we're cutting you loose, you are a tetherist cancer. Welcome to chemotherapy.
Okay, y'all, we're gonna have to, because we got so many hands up, and then our guest speakers, they want to be able to speak as well too. So we're gonna have to limit it to 2 minutes per person on here, just so we can go ahead and get around the room and get everybody, give them a chance, because we got some speakers waiting to come up here and speak as well too, y'all. So from now on out, we got to do 2 minutes per person so we can go ahead and get it around the room. Let me go ahead and Brolic, are you ready now? You have to go ahead now, Brolic.
Yeah, I'm ready. Cool. Peace. When I hear that bell, it's over with. Just letting you know.
For shit show, I just like to not be cut off because I'm gonna say some things that probably trigger some people.
As long as you can say it in 2 minutes, you got it.
Oh, for
When
sure.
you hear the bell, land your plane. That's all, bro.
Does my time start now or when I start?
Go ahead, go start speaking.
Land your plane, bro. That's all.
All right, cool, perfect. So as far as there not being any white freedmen, I provided some sources up in the jumbotron. That's incorrect. As far as there are different types of freedmen thing, could somebody post some sources on that, because I wasn't very clear on that. People were only called freedmen for a period of 7 years, and I also posted, you feel me, the definitions of everything from the Black's Law Dictionary and the jumbotron. I personally think that, you feel me, everything's fine the way it is. It's lineage based. I feel like people are having I ain't gonna lie, I feel like people are putting in positions to mislead the people, honestly. And it's a lot of kind of, caping. I ain't gonna even cap to say the least, but this is a lot. I don't even know where to begin, but I just want to keep it kind of respectful and keep it on the topic. This whole ad hominem shit is weird and lame. You know what I'm saying? But 1000% supported. I feel like it should be, you feel me, lineage based. But as far as people saying that there were no white freedmen, that's an absolute lie in every aspect. And the sources are in the jumbotron. So I don't want people to read out their sources. I want them to post them so I can properly debate. You see what I'm saying? And if anybody wants to challenge me on that, I'm open to that. But yeah, let's keep it a buck. Don't lie. Don't lie to the people, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
All right. No, Marcel, you can't respond. We got to get around the room. We'll get back to you, Marcel.
We'll get back to you. You spoke already twice, brother.
We'll get back to you, Marcel. Because they're gonna only be going 2 minutes, so it's gonna start moving quicker now. So we'll go ahead and we'll get back to you, Brolic. Thank you for speaking tonight. Let me go ahead and remove you from a speaker for right now so we can bring somebody else up as well too. ODB, I done sent you, I don't know how many times I've approved you to come up here and speak, and you keep disconnecting, so you must be having some issues with your phone. Let me go ahead and get to Callie. Callie, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yes, I have a couple questions. I wanted to know if there was any legal distinction between Freedman without the D and Freedman with the D, which the former absolutely referred to white people in law. I think that's the crux of the confusion, is the poorly dissemination and distinguishing between a Freedman and freedmen. And another contention is that the Freedmen's Borough Act of 1865 to 1866, it mentions refugees and freedmen, including displaced Southerners and newly freed Black Americans. So I do think it's a fair point to be concerned about with the revival of the freedman status. And I don't think anyone is arguing that it's not active or that it's not even legal. The concern is if it's solely for Black Americans and not a Trojan horse for other groups of people in this country to crowbar themselves in that status. It obviously, to me, when someone mentioned that it's the status exists before we are born, that is not the concern. To me, my concern personally would be if the freedman status is really gridlocked for what we say that there's any legal distinction between, again, the freedman without the E. And while Freedman is a man who was released from a condition of slavery, how does that translate in law to Black Americans today who are descendants of slaves but not released from a condition of slavery? Is there any legalities or legalese around that can be crowbarred into? And is there anything in law that pertains to a descendant from being freedmen in perpetuity for Black Americans? So again, it's a question of, is there any relation or distinction in law between a freedman and without the D and freedman with the D? And I also wanted to make a correction that when we use the term lineage, that does not just denote one's direct family. It could absolutely be an extraction. It could be a pedigree and ancestry. And a lineage may comprise of any number of generations. This can be found in law books. It can be found in any dictionary as well. And a lineage they come up with their own methods for bestowing lineage membership that includes your culture and the individuals who are not genetically related to a lineage progenitor. So that's saying that lineage only refers to someone's direct family. That is also Black Americans are using the term lineage in the correct context. I just wanted to make that known. But for me personally, I just want to know about the Freedman, the questions that I asked relating to Freedman.
Okay, Marcel, I'm gonna let you go, Marcel. I'm gonna let Mr. Ali go and respond to that, and I'm gonna let Nyhiem go and respond to that as well too. I know y'all waiting, so y'all gonna respond in 2 minutes each, and then so we can go ahead. Marcel 2 minutes, Mr. Ali 2 minutes, Nyhiem 2 minutes, and then we can go ahead and try to move it around some more.
Okay, hey, Marcel, how about we just do this? Since all three of y'all want to speak, I'll put the clock at 7 minutes, and y'all could just interact with each other. I think that's a better idea.
Mr. Engaging was lying. We're not being divisive. People who are trying to act like Freedman is some internet hashtag group, they're the ones being divisive. I'm standing on facts. I don't give a fuck who doesn't like it. Now, divisiveness are people going around working against people really trying to get the reparations pushed legislatively. That's divisive. So me standing on fact that Freedman is the term is not divisive. I've said several times that what matters, and on the plan that I wrote, that if you are a Black American, descendant of American slavery, you get reparations. I said I'm not going to fight over terms, but that doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and let you spread lies over a special status that my people enjoy. That's number one. Number two, Raleigh is a damn liar. There were no white freedmen. We just read actual data from white Democrats. Excuse me?
No, I said facts.
Okay. I thought it was somebody trying to put more nonsense. We just read data from white Democrats who hated Black people, saying that they wanted the Freedman status and Bureau gone because it only served the Blacks. So, bro, you're a fucking liar. And I ain't going to debate nothing with you because you ain't worth debating. You're a liar. Number three, Colin, you asked a very sensible question. While the refugees refer to white people, but as per the Freedman Bureau documents, the refugees only made up a very small group of those served on the Freedmen's Bureau, and that was mainly in transportation. The Virginia Law Review did a thorough examination of the Freedmen's Bureau, and they found out that white people were mainly served in transportation, land, court records, food, housing, jobs, and things like that exclusively went to black people. And white people never enjoyed the freedman term. And there is a difference between the freedman without a D that refers to white people and freedman that only refers to us. And does it pass down to us as the descendants of those people? Yes, it does. A United States Supreme Court, and I get my dates wrong, but Ali and Nyhiem know the dates better than me. I always get dates wrong, that's the thing with me. But a U.S. Supreme Court case in Cincinnati, which is a part of the U.S. Supreme Court judicial system, said that freemen referred not to just people who were formerly enslaved by the United States of America, but also to their descendants. There has not been one piece of legislation that has ended it. So we indeed are freemen. And I do agree with you, colleague. My view of lineage, it does refer to those of us of a shared, ancestry, shared political statuses and things like that. But the point is, y'all, if you're a black American, descendant of American slavery, you get reparations, but you're not going to sit and tell lies about the freedman status. I don't care who don't like it.
Right.
All right, let's go to Ali.
Let me read from an actual law dictionary. And you can use any dictionary because the sister said that the word lineage means more than family. But I'm just going to tell you what it says here, right? I'm going to read two definitions. One is lineage. The next one will be lineal. The word lineage is a 14th century word that means ancestry and progeny. Look up the word progeny. It means family, ascending or descending. Family, ascending or descending. The word lineal is an 18th century word. It says a lineal descendant, a direct blood relative. So when you talk about lineage, and I named the names of my lineages, that is accurate and that is the proper use of the term. My lineages have different names. I named the four of them based on my parents and the grandparents that I have. Those names take me back to something. Those family lineages take me back to something. What is it as reparations that we're trying to do? We're trying to connect to the failed promises and commitments of the United States government to these newly emancipated people. Why are we connecting to these people? Because those are the people who the promises and commitments were made to. Those are the people who the promises and commitments were reneged upon. Those are our ancestors who, had they gotten the things that they were supposed to get from the federal government, would have accumulated wealth that would have been heritable. And because it didn't happen, it caused us to have to endure certain levels of poverty and other types of conditions, and also Jim Crowism and all of these things, because the United States government did not do what it was supposed to do under the Reconstruction Amendments. I don't think people grasp the gravity of what it is that we're actually saying to you. You really don't understand. Your lineage has to link you to something or somebody. It's not just lineage in and of itself. What are you linking to?
All right.
So anyway, lineage is exactly what I said. There are, when it comes to this thing about white freedmen, a lot of these people are using things where they're going back in time. The United States was established as a body politic in 1776. At the end of the Civil War, the only freedmen in the United States of America were people who were racially classified as black, colored, Negro, or whatever. There were no white freedmen in 1865 at the end of the Civil War. Anybody who tells you that there was is a liar. Make them produce the evidence that shows that at the end, the close of the Civil War, there were white freedmen. Produce the facts. Don't just tell me something. Don't go back into colonial America. I don't want to see anything about colonial America. We're talking about at the close of the Civil War, where the United States government made certain promises and commitments to these so-called Negroes, blacks, and colors who had the status of freed men and women at the time. Period. Go ahead, Nyhiem, if you want to go.
Yeah, I'm going to be brief because I'm going to read from that court case that Marcel was speaking about, and it's a Connecticut Supreme Court case, and I do that sometimes too. I may forget the citation and date, and I will butcher it and keep butchering it until I finally get it. So it says, let me see, it says this, and this is from 1883, Fairfield versus Lawson. This was the Connecticut Supreme Court. It says, the term freedman was generally applied to the lately emancipated slaves and their descendants. The court, and then in another part, because it mentions this 3 times, I'll cite 2 in the document that I have up in front of me. The court further finds that the term freedman, as used in the will, refers to that class of persons, and notice what it says, refers to that class of persons in the United States who were emancipated from slavery during our late Civil War or by its results, and embraces also the descendants of such persons. You had that brother, I believe his name was Brolick, that got up here and just lied, which is what they do over in Pretendian land. They lie to themselves. And so they get up here and say the term freedman was only used for 7 years. And we have documents. There was a Freedmen's Hospital going all the way to 1972. There's a Freedman Church in Louisiana. That's what is it, Ali, 158 years old, I think.
150. They will be celebrating their 154th anniversary as the Freedmen's Missionary Baptist Church this year.
That's right.
They never stopped using the term freedman. Right?
That's right. So I'm going to end with this. Chickasaw Freedman, Choctaw Freedman, Seminole Freedman, Creek Freedman, Muskogee Freedman, etc. are names still retained by those racially classified as blacks, but who were enslaved by those 5 slave-holding tribes to which the United States of America are suzerain. This is simple. This is simple. And Mr. Engaging, let me address him real quick. I don't like suckers. His name used to be Mr. Engaging Freedman. And he was all on the Freedman way, but I guess it was easier to wallow with the liars than to immerse yourself in the truth and spit the facts. Because sometimes it's easier to just lie and make up stuff than to get into a bunch of studies and confirm yourself in your own history. So I just wanted to address that. Peace.
Okay, let me say something real quick. Okay, because people sitting up here DMing me talking about I'm allowing people to be racist towards them and stuff. Every time we have a space, somebody's getting their feelings hurt. I'm not allowing anybody to be racist towards anybody. I'm trying to figure out exactly how can anybody. I don't know I don't know if anybody understands what the term racist means either. To even put that out there.
Those are trolls. Those are the same people that were trolling yesterday. These are the same 10 to 15 people who go in rooms and trauma bond and circle jerk. We're the same trolls.
Let me go ahead and get back to the order of things up in here because I don't know what some of these folks talking about here. Professor, we're gonna go and to my speakers right here. My special speakers tonight, Nyhiem, Ali, Marcel. We're gonna go ahead and get to the other speakers. So allow them to go ahead and speak. Please do not come off your mic. We got other people that requesting to come up as well too. So we're gonna go ahead and put them down after they speak as well too. My man, Professor's up here. Professor, how you doing tonight?
Hey, just real quick before you go on, Professor. So yeah, for context purposes, because I always gotta explain this shit. Racist by definition means one who is about their race. It comes from the root word race, meaning a group of people. So black people ain't racist enough, but black people or Freedman, ADOS, FBA, whatever, right? We can't be racist to anyone else because we don't have the means to be. We can be prejudiced though, but even a black person here can't be prejudiced to another person. That's another whole nother word. Y'all got to start reading more, y'all, for real and stuff.
He certainly can't be racist to another black person.
No, you know what I'm saying? On the words, on the big words.
Professor, go ahead. You got it. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
All right, thank you, there, brothers, and Newstoter once again, great space, dude, and Ray and DJ, man, always good to see you, brothers. Brother Nyhiem, brother Marcel, brother Mr. Ali, you brothers are 100. They are absolutely correct. Black American Freedman family. Legal status is Freedman. And let me tell you something, for all you people that keep coming up in these spaces trying to be obstructionists to stop the reparationist movement, you are lying, and you need to stay off the goddamn app with these lies. I'm tired of seeing these spaces where you're sitting up here lying and just want to run people down and you want to dox people and you want to tell this lie and that lie. Stop interfering in what we're trying to get done. This is about business. What Marcel, Nyhiem, and Mr. Ali are telling you is 100. It's on the money. Google is your goddamn friend. If you don't want to do Google, go to the library. Read up on the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, but also understand that Abraham Lincoln set up the Freedmen's Bureau for free slaves. So this is where the term freedman comes into play. We're talking about former slaves. Okay, this is the legal status. This is going to be our best way to get reparations. This is what we are all wrong. I don't know why we got people coming into these spaces to argue and to try to stop what we're trying to do. Please stop interfering and telling your goddamn lies. Stay the fuck off the app if you can't be more positive and bring energy to the cause that we're trying to do. Black American family, we got too many enemies that we're trying to confront right now. We don't need our own people being enemies with one another. If you can't bring positivity to the movement, move the fuck out of the way, step to the side, let everybody else that wants to move on this continue to move and bring our people to the promised land, okay? If you can't do that, get the fuck on. That's the best way I can put it. I'm sorry, but you can't come and interfere in our movement anymore. That's all I have to say about it. I land my plane.
All right, appreciate that, Professor. Professor, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna bring you down as well too, just to create some space. The next person.
Tyler, you see, this is CC trying to come up. I think her phone keep dropping.
I don't see her because we got a couple people coming up. Harriet, you got to go ahead, unmute your mic.
Well, we meet again. See, what we have been experiencing is the stolen valor of American freedom. And we taking that shit back. Hoo-yah! Now, my freedmen brothers and sisters, y'all used to me using this analogy. But I'm going to reiterate this again. And I'm going to say this again like I'm in the United States Navy over the one MC. So here I go. MC. All right. It's one MC. Look it up. All right. This is just like I'm a Navy veteran. I have access to the Office of Freedmen, or the Office of Veteran Affairs, the VA, which give me special access to, or veterans, access to the GI Bill and certain benefits and set-asides, all right? Now, that don't stop me from, and for all y'all who like racial identifiers, I understand. We done had things like the Negro League, I'm black and I'm proud, say it loud. Those are racial identifiers. Y'all want to know my lineage, my family tree? Wiley, Tate, Richardson, and Holloway. I'm about to make my final point. Now, just because I'm a Negro or I'm a Black American, that don't stop me from being a Navy veteran. Let's move on to the free in modern day America. All right? Freedmen and a veteran are both legal statuses. Now let's move on to the freedman status. Yes, the freedman status, the one that was given to us at the end of emancipation. Yes, the one that we haven't been able to use properly because we done went through Jim Crow, redlining, segregation, convict leasing. They done goddamn beat our legal status out of us. Yes, they stole the valor of freedmen, and we about to take our motherfucking shit back. Ooh, yeah! Now let me wrap this up. All right? So in modern day America, what we're trying to do, ladies and gentlemen, is have an office of freedmen affairs. Have an office, have a modern day freedmen's bureau to give you all, to give our people, Black Americans, Negroes, specific access to America how we deserved it, versus using and depending on racial identifiers that won't hold up in the Supreme Court, but our legal status as American freedmen will. And so these motherfuckers can stop stealing our valor as American freedmen. Peace, power, and reparations.
All right. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead. I'm going to remove you from the speaker, but we appreciate you tonight. Let me go ahead, and we need to go ahead. Let me go ahead and bring Davey up here real quick. Go ahead and bring Davey up. Next up is Black Majority. Black Majority, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, good evening, everybody. So I have a really, really tough question. It is nuanced. For clarity, I did reach out to some members of BTP in the background, and I asked these questions. And at the end of it, I simply got an okay. So now that we're in this space, I want to ask this question because it is very nuanced. It's not a gotcha question. It is a legitimate constitutional question. And it deals with miscegenation and phenocide, in which a person who is a very dark-skinned complexion can go from that to white in less than 2 generations. So it is not only likely, but there are DNA samples in Louisiana and South Carolina that have white populations that have Black American, African, whatever you want to attach it to, genetic material within their ancestry. And so the question becomes, using the freedman status, which I agree with wholeheartedly, I have no issues with that. How do you then attach a racial classification of you have to identify as this for the last 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, whatever it is, and how does that part stand up to constitutionality whenever these people who are now witnessing what's occurring and are starting to look back into their family tree and they say, well, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was also a part of this lineage. How do you keep them out? Now, you know what? I'll end it at that because I want to deal with the constitutionality of using Black for the last 10 years. How that doesn't also become a racial designation to keep those people out.
All right.
Let me just real quick because
real quick, Nyhiem.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, people have brought that. That is a eligibility proposal. That isn't something that's been universally accepted by everyone. It's just something that's being proposed. So your question is basically a hypothetical to a proposal, right? We don't know if that's going to be the final eligibility criteria for who receives reparations. If you can trace yourself back on documents as a Black person for 10 or 12 years. So that's not a question I don't think for us. It's for the people that came up with that criteria for eligibility. That proposed criteria, let me say.
Okay.
Are we speaking now or no?
I'm gonna let you go ahead and say something real quick, Marcel. Then I got to go ahead and get to some of these other speakers as well too, real quick.
Can I do a quick follow up? Because I appreciate the answer.
Go ahead and do a quick follow up.
What would you suggest the criteria be? Is the follow up?
Okay. Oh well, he's asking Nyhiem, so go ahead.
We've laid that out, right? We've absolutely laid that out from the beginning of this space. This American freedman status that was given to our ancestors after slavery, given to specific people, right? Those people whose racial identification we call black, Negro, colored, etc. today. So I don't think that the criteria is hard. Can you trace your ancestry back through slavery? And then were your ancestors subsequent victims of systemic white supremacy, right? And I think that that's simple enough. Now we can layer that with other portions of criteria. I'm just giving you my take on it. These are proposals at this point. Nothing is solid. This is why they want to have commissions and studies, et cetera, so that the legal minds and those of us who are activists in this space can put our thoughts together and come up with the best possible criteria. But we know who we are as American freedmen, and these are the people that deserve what's owed to them, and it's simple as that. I don't think that the criteria is something that needs to be elaborate or needs an elaborate explanation. The American freedmen are owed reparations.
Okay, so to answer that question, which, I'm not saying it is, but it could have been a bad faith one. The term freedman, because I saw people taking what Ketanji Jackson Brown said out of context when she was talking about race-based policy. The term freedman, then as it is now, is only a status that Black Americans can inherit. Because at the time of the end of the Civil War, you could believe there were some white people who were probably enslavers who were probably fighting for the Confederacy that were descendants of slaves. And trust me, as much as they wanted to get assistance from the government, some of them would have probably tried that. That's why they had $5 fake Indians, okay, or fake Native Americans. You can believe that some of them probably would have tried to do $5 freedmen, but they couldn't do that because, as they declared, the Freedmen's Bureau of Services was for blacks who were descendants of enslaved people. That is the standard that has been made. And by the way, that is not new, and it has precedence. Let's look at Native Americans, shall we not? Everybody wants to talk about Native Americans. You have Native Americans, right? That's a racial group. But you can't put Native Americans in one racial group if they identify by tribe. However, if I took my black ass to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and say, hey, I found I have a Native American ancestor, which I do somewhere way down the line, and say, now to get service to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, they're going to laugh me out of there because I have not been identified as a Native American. I have not been registered as one, and therefore I'm not qualified for those services. So what we're not going to do is come up with this ridiculous argument that because white people, because their ancestors raped the black woman or raped the black man, and they may have a black ancestor, that somehow can make them qualified for freedmen, and they can somehow say to the federal government, we're denying them based on race. So we're denying them based on statistics, because freedmen went to those black descendants of people who were enslaved by the American government. And the people who were freed from those plantations were black people. And that's why it's important to push against the lie that they were white freedmen, because they were not. And we ain't going to try it now.
All right. Let me go ahead and get to Trouble. Trouble, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, Newstoter and DJ, how you fellas doing tonight?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, shout out to the whole group. Love, reparations, and straight black power up in this mug. This is a very interesting conversation, and I don't know a whole lot about the status of Freedman, so it's nice to be able to get a breakdown. So thank you to the Freedman brothers who are championing this issue. for coming into the group to once again break it down. I've been in a few spaces with you all where you were breaking it down to the people, whether they agreed with it or not. And I appreciate having a different perspective and a different way to look at it. And as far as our reparations claim goes, I wish that we all, to a certain degree, could start to get along with each other, because at the end of the day, I think we all technically have the same goals, but I think how we get there is always going to be a problem, because we all have different ideals and ways of how we think we should get there. I think that a lot of times when I step into these spaces, it's a little overwhelming because I don't care. And I call the groups factions because it seems like we're fragmented into sections. There's all of these different factions that want to, I don't know if anybody's ever seen the movie Split, where the man has like 5 to 7 different motherfuckers inside of his head, and all of them are trying to grab the light. Everybody wants the microphone. Everybody wants to be the leader. And I think that if we're all trying to do that, then we're going to end up in different directions when the ultimate goal is to get reparations. With that said, what I really wanted to know, because what I do understand about the reparations movement is that, what I understand about legalities is that it can't be race-based. If we take the legislation up there and we're using race, it's going to get shot down automatically. So if someone could just answer this question, if we go up there using for legislation and we say, well, we want reparations for Black Americans, Nyhiem, if you could answer this question, is that going to get shot down?
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Can you repeat your question?
So if we're going for reparations and we're writing it through the legislation, and we're writing it in the sense of, okay, we're trying to get reparations for Black Americans, is that going to get shot down, the term Black American?
Yes, absolutely. The Supreme Court has already shown that they have something called strict scrutiny. And when it comes to the question of race, they use a series of different constructions. That's a legal term, but they use a series of things that they make a determination on, and they'll say that no one race should get a benefit over another race. And it's particularly when it comes to us. And Erwin Chemerinsky, he's the law professor, I believe the dean of the Berkeley School of Law in California. During his testimony at the California Task Force, he laid this out in no uncertain terms, that if you try to do race-based legislation, it is going to get challenged and it is going to get shot down by the Supreme Court. That's why getting the language right is one of the things that we're working on.
Right. So if you use the term Black American, it's going to get shot down. Yes or no? Yes, right?
Yes.
So if you use the term natives or Black natives, will that get shot down?
I don't know.
Okay. If you use the term foundational Black Americans, will that get shut down?
Yes.
If you use the term American descendants of chattel slavery, will that get shut down?
I don't know.
Okay. If you use the term secure the tribe, will that get shut down?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Now, if you use the term freedman, is that a legal status?
Yes, it is.
Will that get shut down?
No.
Now, the last question I would like to ask is, have you all had any lawyers look into this? Because you put in a lot of work surrounding the whole Freedman narrative. And so I would just like to know, are there any lawyers looking at this from that legal standpoint that could back you up on what you're saying?
May I answer that, y'all?
Yeah. Well, let me just answer that question real quick, Martha. Yes, we've submitted some things to a document, particularly to several legal minds, some of them very high in the legal profession up in Washington, D.C. as well. And we've gotten one response that I'll share. And that response is, wow, y'all are way ahead of me on this particular topic. So, yep, we have.
Marcel, do you think that you could go into any further detail about it?
Yes, Trouble. I just want to say that me talking with the state representatives about specificity, and the first thing they said, well, we do it with for black people. I said, you don't got to tell me. I already know what you're going to say. It's going to be shut down. I said, well, we're not going to do it for black people. We're not even going to do it for black Americans. We're going to do it for descendants of American slavery, freedmen. And they was like, well, how you know about that? I said, because you know, as well as I know, that you have to have legal precedent. They gave me no argument. The next thing they asked, the only question that these two lawyers asked me was, has this been done anywhere else? Not the Freedman term, but has the Office of Freedmen Affairs, is it being established anywhere else? And the only reason they asked that is because South Carolina, the South Carolina Democrats just got destroyed, and the Republicans have a supersized majority, and they just want to know what the response has been in other Republican heavy states. Precedent matters. But when I spoke to these two lawyers, they both said, right now, constitutionally speaking, the Office of Freedmen Affairs can be done through a specified group that has precedent with being getting specific policies from the government. They've said that. In California, it's been said, but Twitter trolls and circle jerkers want to say no. Give me a break.
Okay, thank you. And the last question is that people use Negroes for a long time. So what about that term?
That's race-based, and that's why it won't work. Negro, let me say again, American Negro was a term used to refer specifically to Black Americans. That's true. Unfortunately, though, it was never given a term of political status. That's why even now we do our application, it says Black or African American. So it has to be, when we do legislation, you have to do what is more likely going to hold up legislatively. And descendants of American slaves, that can definitely work. What I'm saying, we don't have to get caught up on terms. I'm just saying, Trouble, the reason I go so hard for the Freedman term, because I'm not going to let circle jerkers and Twitter trolls sit here and throw lies at it. Not going to happen. Not on my watch.
Thanks for answering the question, Marcel. I appreciate it.
Okay, Trouble. Let me go ahead. I'm going to knock you down from a speaker for right now. Who's up next? Max, you're up next. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, peace to the host, peace to the two co-hosts. Thanks for letting me speak. I wanted to point at two things to address and ask. So one is, if you look up in the Jumbotron, you will see that there's the Freedman Consulting. So it would be great if they addressed Freedman Consulting in their interactions with California Tribal Affairs, because they are Freedmen. The other thing is, we all know we have the American Negro League. So I just wanted to add that in there. And then my question is to Nyhiem. So before, folks came up here to ask questions, he said, there's a level of scholarship on the stage. So my question is, what university did he graduate from? What graduate school did he go to? I see that he doesn't have a PhD. So where did he
Max.
Yeah, one person at a time or whatever.
Educational background.
Yeah,
we don't do that. We don't disparage our people up here. I feel like Umar Johnson ain't a real doctor, but I'm not going around saying in front of other black people. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. So state your business, state your point.
Okay, one person at a time. Marcel, Nyhiem, you guys go ahead and let him say what he's got to say. Everybody, matter of fact, let's chill on the insults and stuff like that as well too. So everybody, let's just chill for a second. Let's go ahead and talk about the actual topic here. What is a freedman? And let's just leave the insults and everything else alone. Let's just go ahead and focus on the scholarship, the information, have a nice dialogue here.
One more thing for the record. This is a time capsule, so when our folks in the future hear this, you don't want to be sounding like an actual idiot that you didn't graduate from college. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is not a troll question. This is just being honest. When someone says, hey, I have a level of scholarship.
Scholarship does not mean college.
I'm not. I'm asking it.
Marcel,
calm the emotions.
Okay.
Marcel is right. Scholarship does not mean
Marcel is right. That he's right. But let's also get here. Let's get back on the actual topic. Everybody's talking about Freedman and stuff like that. Let's not worry about personal issues. What education level someone might have or whatever. So Max, go ahead and just state what you want to talk about the actual. What is a Freedman? We on that discussion.
This isn't something that needs to get upset when someone shares with you. Hey,
you're disparaging somebody's education, though, bro. And they don't got to prove.
And everybody, hold on real quick, DJ. Everybody, stay on the mic, okay? Max, go ahead, say what you got to say. Talk about the actual topic we're talking about, and let's go ahead and move on.
What I'm saying is when, certain folks that are standing behind their lineage and they feel as though certain Freedmans, certain people that are avatars, folks that are on Twitter, and I'm speaking as if I'm speaking to people in my community, I'm speaking to my mom, I'm speaking to any regular person that's saying, hey, Max, what's going on here? And I'm going to say, hey, I have people that are speaking on this issue. I don't know what their background is. I don't know their real name. I don't know who they are. And then they're speaking with such authority in a large Twitter space. And I'm wondering, where's all that information coming from? Who is that person that's giving that information? And that's just very concerning to someone like me. That's all I wanted to address.
Oh, okay. So
in the Jumbotron, if they could just address the Negro consulting and their involvement with the California Tribal Affairs. That's Freedman Consulting, and
So Max, why didn't you just talk about that the whole time then? Why didn't you just talk about what you put in the Jumbotron? No, hold on. Why didn't you just talk about that, what you put in the Jumbotron the whole time instead of getting off topic? Let's go ahead and focus on topic. We got other people waiting to speak as well, too. So let's go ahead and focus on the actual conversation.
I said from the get-go, I said I had two things to address. And I said, and that's an honest question, because if someone's going to boldly say, I am a scholar,
bro,
it's not disparaging. You could just stand on word.
Marcel is right. Scholar, philosopher, anybody could be that if you just pick up a book. So why do you need academic credentials from a white man to prove that you're a scholar? It don't make sense, bro. You know what I'm saying? I could be a scholar on anything. Then you hear Professor when he said, hey, all you got to do is go to fucking YouTube University. You can figure out how to fix a car. I did that all for the last 2 years, fixing my own fucking car. I ain't no fucking mechanic, bro, but I know how to fix my truck. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. You know what I mean? The smartest nigga on the block. Hold on. The smartest nigga on the block is a nigga that didn't even graduate 6th grade. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Hey, unmute it. Nevertheless, we're going to go ahead and get back on the topic. I don't even want to hear about all this. We're going to go ahead and get back on the topic. So Max, I assume that you've asked your question. So
I just want to land.
Okay, you landing.
I agree with what you were saying. I don't think there's anything wrong to ask someone, hey, where does this information come from? I don't know where the Freedman information is coming from. I don't know where.
Well, okay then, Max, and ask about the source. Ask him to show you the source or whatever. Okay, don't ask him to show you the source, and we're gonna go ahead and move on. Okay, you don't know where the information is coming from. Ask him, can you show me the source? Let me know exactly what did you reference, where you got this information from. That's fine and good. I understand that you want to source up. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But like I say, we're sticking on the actual conversation, the topic or whatever. So let's just focus on that.
For the record, the first thing you said, you disparaged his education and degrees.
And matter of fact, we offer that. We're off of that. We're off of that. We're off of that.
I asked an honest question. He said this is interview Nyhiem or Abba.
Okay, go ahead.
Job interview, bro. It's not a job interview. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
I ain't need a job. I'm hiring, bro. You come up, fuck with me in the studio and shit. We lay this track down. We go sell the CDs and shit.
Juice.
Look, let me me say real quick, right? There's a such term called an autodidact, and that is someone who is self-taught. I have been able to employ the methodology of scholars, and if you check the Jumbotron, I posted one of my research papers when I was in the Moorish movement, and it says my research papers are, after 5 years, still trending in the top 2% of all papers read. I just checked about 2 months ago, and it's back in the top 1%. My works have been cited in actual scholarship by academics in books that cost like $200. There's a Jewish guy that read my paper, and he contacted me and said, when I finish my book, I've never seen this information presented like this before, and I'm going to cite your paper in my book. I said, just make sure I get a copy and make sure, I'm cited correctly, because I don't be trusting them people like that. And when it comes to this Freedman thing and him wanting to know what I studied, we littered the Jumbotron with information. If you go back and you go into the Congressional Globe and look up the records on the Freedman, go to archives, archives.gov, and simply type in Freedman. There are books that have been produced. We've been reading on American Freedman for the past 3 years. Eric Foner's books. I'm listening right now to Reconstruction on Audible. I listened to The Second Founding on Audible. I'm listening to another book called The Original Meaning of the 14th Amendment. All of this is Freedman history. I'm steeped, my team and I are steeped in this Freedman information. I don't think it takes a college degree to present scholarship, because that's what I said. We are presenting scholarship up here on this stage. Max, stop it, bro. Stop it.
Okay, real quick, let me go ahead and get to Juice. Juice, I think it was. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, y'all. I understand the Freedman thing, but I have a question about the logistics of the Freedmen's Bureau once it's reinstated. So when the Freedmen's Bureau was up and running, it had at the most maybe about 900 to maybe 1,000 employees, and it was covering about 4 million Black people. That roughly translates to about 4,500 per agent-ish. So in today's, that'll look like maybe one person per 11,000 people. So my question is, like, logistically, if we brought back the Freedmen's Bureau, on top of that, most of the people who held power in it, like the person Oliver Howard, that Howard is named after, most of these people who have power positions in the Freedmen's Bureau are white. So my question is, if we do bring the Freedmen's Bureau back, how can we make sure that, one, there is not that 1 to 4,500 is crazy. How do we make sure that balance is not that? And then more importantly, how do we maintain our power in the power positions?
May I answer?
Go ahead real quick, Marcel.
Okay, so Juicy, one, you and I have discussed this before, because we've even spoken on the phone before, but I want to repeat it again anyway, because I don't mind. One, I said to you before, look at our current Congress. You have one congressman who represents 700,000 people, and we somehow seem to think that's okay and not making a big fuss about that. However, the Freedmen's Bureau today will be an agency that's separate from the federal government, that will only be staffed by us, managed by us. The federal government would just have a fiduciary obligation to it, meaning they would just have to give us our funding like they do for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They will give us our funding, and we'll be able to use that funding as we see fit. However, as you asked about the logistics, once we get the legislation through, those things will be worked out as we go through working with lawmakers on how many we can staff and what budget we are given. So that depends on the budget, how many we can handle. But even if we do get 1 to 400 people, again, we got one senator, okay? Every state has 2 senators, and California has 40 million people. So that means 1 senator for 20 million people, and somehow we never complain about that.
Okay,
I'm listening.
My follow-up question is, we're complaining about all of those things. So when we fill these spots, my question is, what are the qualifications for these spots? And then if we're complaining about that number now, and it's not 1 to 400, it's 1 to 4,500, 4,500, and that's roughly in today's world. That's back in the day. In 2023, that's like maybe 1 to 11,000 people. And we're talking about distributing reparations through them. So my question is, what are the qualifications for these people? And if we're already complaining about the political system, why would we not then be complaining about the logistics of that?
Okay, so excellent follow-up questions. One, we don't complain necessarily about the structure of the current political system. We complain about the piss poor, the lack of representation that we as Black Americans have in the political system. If James Clyburn was an on-coal Black American candidate, if he was a white on-coal Black American candidate, he can have 700,000 people. We'll be just fine. It's not the fact that the numbers, the ratio is not the problem. It's the piss poor policy that they don't do for us. That's number one. Number two, again, California has like 40 million people, 2 senators. That's one person per 20 million people. And yet, we don't see the point about that. 3, the qualifications usually as of now will be a person has to be a descendant of American slavery. But as with any type of government agency, there will be people who will be in charge of those agencies, and hopefully they will be some of us right here reparationists. What I'm trying to do is hold on. Excuse me, let me finish. See, y'all think y'all catch a contradiction. Y'all try to say something, but you haven't let a person finish. It will be our private government agency, and we will be over it ourselves, and we will do the hiring. Right now, what I'm trying to do in our state of South Carolina, the state where you don't feel you believe in government or in government period, I'm working with 2 representatives to try to start an Office of Freedmen Affairs. And guess who we're working to try to make the first people at least as over this office? Those of us who are on call, those of us who are spearheading it. So it's not so much about what's the qualifications, because anyone can lie about their qualifications. The main qualification is that they're going to be freemen. Now, whether they're going to be on call, that's why we have to make sure we are supporting people who are running for office, that are supporting platforms that we feel will benefit us, because those are the people that will be selecting and interviewing the people that will have these spots.
Okay. Let me go ahead and
That sounds like Black Boulay, but I'm gonna let the next person go.
Black Boulay is being on call. Black Boulay is being on call.
You didn't even give me any stipulations. Like, I mean, it's not any real requirements or any real logistics being brought through. It's just
hold on,
we gonna see what happens. We gonna see, and it's like that doesn't.
No. That's what you heard. That's what you heard. No, so let me repeat myself, because I want to be very clear, and I'm glad I'm being recorded. What I said was that the main qualification right now is that a person is going to be freedman. I said as far as qualifications go, that is important, but we don't have that developed right now. But what matters most is who's going to be the person interviewing these people who apply for these spots, because those people have to be the ones on call so they can hire other people that are going to be on call. Because you have off-call people interviewing someone, a person with qualifications or without the qualifications can still get the job. We have that happening right now. We have a bunch of white people who are in the power that they ain't qualified for. They just knew someone that knew them and got them in those positions. We got to make sure that we have on-call people in the government, so when they interview these people, they are picking the people who are not just qualified but want to do the best for us. You always claim that no one ever answers your question, when the truth of the matter is you don't even believe in the government helping us, and you just don't want to hear anything that you feel is going to be a good answer.
all righty. Let me go ahead. Thank you, Juice, for your participation tonight. Let me go ahead and go to the actual next speaker. I think we got ODB. ODB, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, what's good with y'all? Peace to everybody in the room. And I'm going to just make this quick. I have no problem with whatever political status that we use to get reparations. But to be a freedman is to be indigenous to America. You know what I mean? At the most thing. And I have a problem with the term freedman is really not the political status. It's the hashtag freedman. Hashtag Nyhiem. Hashtag Ali's old ass arguing with niggas on the timeline all the time, being disparaging. And then they bring other people in here, these gay characters, nefarious ass.
Hey, hold on a second, ODB. I'm not trying to cut you off, but she's doing the same thing that you're accusing them of doing, being disparaging. So you don't got to come up here. Let's start with the name calling. Let's do that first. Come up here, stay what you're going to stay. As far as the Freedman, stick to the topic of the room. If you got a question for Nyhiem, Marcel, or Mr. Ali, ask a question. You don't got to bring up anything about that because, again, y'all have y'all issues in other spaces. Don't bring it over here. We trying to keep the news and the information for the people. But go ahead, ODB.
Hey, real quick, DJ, real quick, hold it down for me because after ODB, you got Davey, the company, Talent, and I believe Cyrus is the name. So hold it down real quick. I'll be right back.
He talks like he had a stroke or Parkinson's or something.
All right, Marcel. All
right. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, we just said chill on the insults, y'all, because that's not getting us anywhere. Let's go ahead and chill on the insults. Go ahead, everybody stay on their mic as well, too. Go ahead, ODB.
Yeah, for sure. I'm about to go. But like I said,
he's insulting.
Are you going to shut up? Like, are you going to stop? Are you going to?
Damn, I was just about to walk away for a second. Now, Marcel, come on now. You one of the actual guest speakers tonight, man. We got to have you actually come on and stay on the actual mic so we can go ahead and get around to the other speakers in the place as well, too. Everybody's got their hands up. We want to go ahead and have them go ahead, whether we agree with them or not, whether anybody agrees with anybody in this space. Let the people go ahead and have their say. That's what we're trying to do tonight. So, Marcel, we need you to go ahead and go ahead and stay on the mic. Nyhiem and Ali, they're staying on the mic right now. Like you say, we can't even get involved in all this sideways argument. Let the man say what he wants to, and then we go ahead and move on to the next speaker. Please, y'all, do not come off the mic.
For sure. So I'm going to just keep it funky like that.
When the bell goes off, your time is up.
All right, that's cool. I probably won't even need the rest of it. So in 1755, if there were 500,000 slaves in there, and they only brought 388 Africans to the United States of America, where are they getting all these slaves from? You can't write any American history about black people without them talking about the indigenous people of the United States of America. So y'all niggas are weird, bro. Find me the African in your genealogy, for real matter of fact. Find that African, post that African in your genealogy. Bro, shut up. Like, that's why you don't have it to be a politician.
Yeah, so I guess y'all gotta listen to me for a minute. You know what I'm saying? And I know y'all hate listening to me now, cause you know what I mean? Seg one. So at the end of the day, right? This is a time capsule, and those that are in the future gonna hear what y'all got to say, and our future kids and folks, they gonna think we was stupid. Damn, these motherfuckers some idiots. No wonder we was in slavery. Got 60 seconds, ODB. Don't disparage nobody. Just go ahead and say what you gotta say, bro.
I don't know why it's making it seem like I'm the person disparaging, but Marcel's the one coming off his mic supposed to be a politician. But what I'm gonna say, this is what I want to be. This is what I want to be annotated in my time capsule. We are not from Africa. They only brought 388 slaves, 88,000 slaves.
He can't even count.
Listen, shut up. To this motherfucking to America. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? Over a 300-year period. So the majority of people here were indigenous to the United States of America. So people over here talking this African shit, Freedman, to be indigenous to this land, to be all of that shit. Like, do you see what this sassy ass nigga is doing?
What didn't happen now, man? I just came back. I hear the whole room silence and whatnot. I mean, what?
No, I just got it on mute until you come back. That's all.
Wait a minute. Everybody in this space is grown. Okay, everybody. We're not here to babysit. We don't babysit in this space here. Everybody's been up in this space before, for the most part. If they're new to the space, this is not how we do it. Y'all need to go ahead and go ahead and calm down. We're supposed to be having a conversation. We're talking about what is a freedman. It's not that serious. I'm unmuting the mic.
So can I finish my turn? Because that's Marcel yelling in the background. I don't know what he's doing. It's weird.
Okay, I'm ODB, because I just left and came back. I'm going to go ahead and give you a minute to go ahead and close your point, and then we're going to move on to the next speaker.
For sure. The only thing statement I'm saying? I have no problem with any. On my time, I have no problem with whatever political status gets, whatever we're getting to get reparations under. But the reality is they only brought 388,000 Africans to the United States of America over a 300-year period. The majority of people that were enslaved were indigenous to this land. So all that African talk, bro, kill it. That's what I'm gonna say. Kill all that Africa. Show me the African in your genealogy via paperwork, not no spit test. I'm gonna leave it like that.
Okay. That's good, ODB. We appreciate you. We're gonna go ahead and go on to the next speaker. Who's the next speaker? Davey. What's that, Marcel?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying he's a dumbass.
No.
My fault.
Okay. Davey, go ahead and unmute your mic. Yeah, are you there, Davey? Hey, Davey, are you there?
Yo, can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you now. Go ahead and unmute. Go ahead and speak.
Goodness gracious. All right. What's going on, man? I realized in 2022, prior to 2021, that, man, I wasted a lot of fucking time with some of these stupid, irrelevant ass fucking conversations, man. So to keep what's like really most important and on the forefront of people's minds is reparations, and that first tenet of that being direct cash payments. You feel what I'm saying? This ain't no apology to motherfucking nobody. This ain't no big up in nobody. This is just me realizing that time is way more important. I feel like my only question for anybody who is on the Freedman ideology, I would like every one of the ones to answer, if that's capable. Are Freedmen advocates for direct cash payments, or will there be some sort of disbursement from the Bureau? That is the only question that I have.
Okay.
I am. Yes. We are pushing for direct. Go ahead, Brother Ali. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just going to keep it simple. The simple answer is yes. We absolutely are advocates of direct cash payments. Absolutely.
It's on our website, usadof.org. I'll put that link in the Jumbotron. I mean, we've been saying this on our Be the Power YouTube channel for years. I suggest you that are interested in really learning, go back and binge watch the past 3 years of the information. I know I've done it on YouTube channels before. When I wanted to understand something, I watched hours to gain an understanding. But then you can have a better understanding of what we think and how we, how we basically advanced to where we are right now from the beginning of Be the Power and joining in this particular reparationist space. We've been holding Twitter spaces, but since Twitter started spaces, we was on Clubhouse. When Clubhouse first started, I don't know what else to say. I really don't. And just what to ODB and what he was saying about the Africans in the being brought over 388,000.
It was more than that.
Yeah. I'm just citing his number, right? But when you look at the descendants of the Mayflower, I can't remember the exact number, and I should have that number memorized. But you all can look this up right now. You can look up how many people came over here on the Mayflower, right? How many whites came over here on the Mayflower, and how many of their ancestors are in this country today. So when you get to the 4 million at 1865, and you have our people that started coming over here in 1619 and being brought over here, then to think that it wouldn't reach 4 million people is just absolutely crazy.
But they also have breeding farms. Maryland and Virginia are literally breeding farms.
That's right.
Richmond, Virginia alone was sending 60,000 enslaved people to places like Louisiana and Texas.
Hey, real quick, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I don't fuck ODB's point, man. Fuck that shit, bro. We done been talking about all that shit for years. Like, I heard Nyhiem say that he supports direct cash payments. I heard Mr. Ali say it. I'm really asking, like, for Marcel, can we get that from you? And I think that's Federalists or whoever the other main component is. I really want to hear that from you, gentlemen. And then go ahead, bro.
Davey, it's in my plan, of course. Direct monetary payments in my plan. I'm always the person on interviews and debating people, arguing them down. They try to say we don't deserve it. So obviously, yes.
Okay, so that gives me the, like, I think what y'all had Gabe kind of change up his language to was, instead of saying reparations, he was saying like restorative. He was saying something different. So the Freedmen's Bureau.
No, Davey, he said reparative policies. And he said for the local level, it's called reparative policies, but federal level is reparations, direct monetary payments. That's what he was saying, because I use the same terminology. On the local level, I say reparative policies. I think that's what you're saying, but I don't know what was said.
Okay, so basically, like, the Freedmen's Bureau will be set up to help with those local reparative policies, but everybody is still on the forefront pushing for direct cash payments for federal reparations.
The Office of Freedmen Affairs, which is what Gabriel's trying to do, that is a state level thing just used to disaggregate data. Don, hold on, please. Just used to I'm double duty, y'all. I have a police. Hold on, Don. Hold on, y'all. Don, I'm coming. Give me 1 second. 1 second, please. And people can hear you. Don't say anything crazy because people can hear you. Anyway, the Office of Freedmen Affairs is something that will be on the state level. It will be like when they give government contracts to jobs, offices, they say minority affairs, and black people get none of those because it goes to white women and gay men and Native Americans. Office of Freedmen Affairs is something that Trump was going to do, y'all. He was calling it the Office of African American Affairs, whatever. Same concept, would just be things specifically for us on the state level. Office of the Freedmen's Bureau is a federal thing that will handle the disbursement of direct monetary payments, something like that. And I think that's where the confusion is coming from. And
okay.
I'm meeting with Don right now about our Office of Freedmen Affairs thing, y'all. So I'm going to go on mute.
Okay, I think all right, thank y'all for answering that question. I'm glad it's you know what I'm saying, for people to go ahead and hear it in the future. So I really feel like, shit, a lot of y'all motherfuckers got my ass blocked. You feel me? Which is all cool. I don't even give a fuck about that shit, really. But when it comes, this is what I see that we have in common with a lot of our communities. We don't take disrespect from shit. You get what I'm saying? And we often call people out directly in public. I felt extremely offended with people even mentioning something about pretending to me, especially when you look at my avatar. That is where the vast majority of my whole entire lineage comes from. Is from the Sea Islands all up and down the coast. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, I found out a story on Thanksgiving from one of my ancestors that literally was told that they could not tell anybody or else they were going to get slaughtered. But none of that matters. You get what I'm saying? Because all of us have different lineages, origin stories. There's people who were Moorish here, Sephardic here, Huguenots here, all sort of different type of things. But what we have now is the reparative justice for our shared experience. So all of that other conversations is a complete waste of fucking time. If anybody wants to do a Freedmen's Bureau, you can do a Freedmen's Bureau and name the shit whatever the fuck you want to name it. But as long as it's sitting there advocating for direct resources, allocations, and pushing for bills for your community, and long as federal reparations or any form of reparations includes direct cash payments, none of that other shit even fucking matters. I really appreciate y'all for saying that, and I guarantee I will be following every single dollar of all of our different movements to make sure that it gets allocated correctly.
All right, Davey, appreciate it. Let me go ahead and go on to the next speaker. Next speaker is the company. The company, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hello, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm going to try to keep this real brief to the point of the subject of the title in the room. And anyone else can answer this too, not just Mr. Lord Abba, but me personally, I identify as a freedman through census records, such as the Dawes rolls. That's the only way that, I found, like a connection to freedmen, even like the Freedmen's Bureau. It has a lot of records in it, but it's just like, people writing complaints to the Bureau, and the Bureau is handling, all this stuff that's going on. Just because someone came in and wrote a report in the Freedmen's Bureau doesn't mean that they're a freedman. There was a lot of people going in and out of that building for many reasons. It was a very busy place when it was operational. Now, the Dawes rolls, from my understanding, is the most likely source that you have for where you could find if you're like a great grandfather or great grandmother or somebody was in these census records. Okay, that's the only way that even the Cherokee Nation, this is how they do it. You have to be a direct descendant of somebody that is on those commission rolls, and when you bring documents to prove that, they have to be state certified documents. It has to be certified by the state. They're not going to take no, pictures or nothing from Bibles or nothing like that. I could imagine how they're going to try to figure this out with us. It's going to be, you got to have your documents, you have to have your paperwork. This is serious business. You just can't walk in there just because you think you're this and that. You have to prove it. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. But one thing I do want to get to the bottom of is that the Dawes Commission rolls were not actually the only rolls that were commissioned during that time. I recently found out that there's also something called the Wallace rolls that was commissioned, but for some reason, when you try to look it up in the National Archives, it's not digitized. They're not messing with those files. They're not trying to release it. I mean, you could search names to see if people are on there, and it actually comes with pictures and stuff, so you can actually see who it was that was coming in during the Wallace commissions that was done in several states. And you have about 6 other commissions. So the Dawes rolls isn't the only thing. The government is actually hiding these things from us. And when you look underneath the nail print in the National Archives for the Wallace rolls, it says they don't mess with it because they deemed it as fraudulent. So, why is, this, even though it's in the National Archives, they say, hey, we got all these rolls and documents of these other people in the censuses, but you can't look them up, you can't search them. The government, they say, we're not even going to mess with these records, but we need to probably contact them and find out what it was that was inside of those rolls and these other 5 commissions that were done that they're hiding from us. Because some people, they say, well, how come I can't find, and these are Freedman rolls too, and rolls done in California too for Freedman, because not everybody went to Oklahoma.
Get ready to land your plane, company.
But I identify as a Freedman through federal documents, state documents, Is that the same for most other people? Is this how you identify as a Freedman?
All right, appreciate that, company. Thank you for speaking tonight. Let me go ahead to the next speaker. The next speaker is Talent. Talent, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Peace and love to the space. Quick bit that I just want to share. As it pertains to
Hey, brother Talent, could you I'm not sure, there's TV in the background or somebody got their mic on. Go ahead, try it now, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got it, Talent.
Oh, peace and love. Yeah, that's my TV. Let me step away. Okay, I think I said something yesterday about cart before the horse. And as it pertains to Freedman, this term, political status or legal status, are those the same? That needs to be a part of this questioning when we talk about what the status of a freedman is. I posted something in the Jumbotron that specifies the legal status of a free Negro and how a free Negro at the time frame included freed slaves, whether they were runaways or those manumitted, mixed race people that come from the civilized tribes. We talking about those freedmen, mulattoes, and children born of free women of color. Because when you talk about a legal status, it has to be recognized by some aspect of law. So I'm a bit confused when at one point in time I hear freedman is a legal status. So then I say, okay, under laws, what is that and how does that pertain to the status if we were already free as Negroes and that gave us citizenship by way of the 14th Amendment? So then I heard the kind of like the goalpost move from a legal status to now it's the political status. And then I started to do some research on the political status. Political status are special category statuses, which are prisoner of war and things of that nature when we're talking about how to politicize or how to have an identity. And a political status has to be connected to some level of a governing body, and you have a status under that space. So if we're U.S. citizens, then I'm like, wait, so our political status is a freedman? No, it would be a U.S. citizen because we're not considered prisoners of war, which a political status, if you look up the definition of what that term is and how it's being used, it is talking about a special category status, i.e. a political prisoner, prisoner of war. So that part is confusing to me. So then I looked at the freedmen and how it's being utilized amongst the 5 civilized tribes, and they specify that there are differences. You can be a freedman of descent, meaning I'm a descendant of enslaved Negroes, I'm a descendant of enslaved persons in the Americas, and that is just connecting my lineage. But then you could have a freedman status with the tribes, which now gives you access to certain rights based on that status. So the moment I hear this term freedman by status, whether it's political or legal, I'm looking at where is the governing body that positions that, and how does that work on a legal standpoint when we were freed by the 13th Amendment, which makes us legally free. So that is a status that we have legally. And then if we're talking about from a political standpoint, we were given citizenship under the 14th Amendment, which made us citizens. So that's our political status. So if freedman is going to be a social identifier by way of how we need to delineate, then again, that needs to be a conversation had, but not utilizing it with language that's saying that it's legal as a precedent or it's political as a precedent when that historically is not positioning us where we are today. And there are amendments that gave us those rights that even some freedmen who were not allowed in tribes did not have, or in the freedmen of Amsterdam, of New Amsterdam in the 1700s in New York City did not have. So I just feel like there's something happening by way of trying to utilize this term to recognize us as a people, and it's being improperly communicated because legally there's no precedent under the law that protects us as freedmen. And politically, there's no governing body that recognizes as freedmen because we are citizens now. We're not connected to a tribe unless you're talking about people on tribes that have a tribal affiliation and they're trying to get their freedmen descent recognized as a status, i.e. that happened with the Seminoles and other areas. We are trying to be recognized when we are already citizens. So this freedman conversation to me just seems like another reclassification and by way of we need to go under the social identifier in order to wield some type of policy, which we don't need to because legally we are already free. Legally, there were free Negroes, free people of color, which also qualifies for reparations. And politically, based on the 14th Amendment, we were given citizenship. So I don't even understand the precedent that they're trying to create. And I've been doing a lot of research trying to figure this out, and it still ends up flat to me. So hopefully there could be some communication based on what was just shared.
We're going to break it down right now. Ali, please. Go ahead, bro.
Wow. Legally, when we say that the status of freedom is a political status, we're also talking legal, right? One of the synonyms, and we spoke about this earlier, you probably were not in the room. One of the synonyms for the word political is the word constitutional. How does that make sense? You just talked about it. The 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land. This makes it a political, legal, constitutional, active status. Constitution, this 13th Amendment to the Constitution was never overturned. The status doesn't abolish unless someone says it does. Like, there's no law that says the status went away. Status remains. It's an active status. Same way that the 13th Amendment is an active status. It's an active piece of legislation. The same way that your history is still known to the people. The history also helps to dictate the status. So when you say it's social, yes, it is legal, it's social, and it's political. It's all of that. It's all of that. But we're talking about the term freedman itself. What you've done, though, is conflate histories. You conflated the history of Native American freedmen with the American freedmen. The two different groups of people under two different jurisdictions. You can't do that. You can't conflate the histories of people who were under the jurisdiction of some tribal nation versus those of us, the majority of whom were under the jurisdiction of the United States. At the time of emancipation, there were about 4.5 million, quote-unquote, black people in the United States, under the United States jurisdiction. I'm not even talking about the Indians. At the time of emancipation, about 4.5 million. 4 million of those people were emancipated from the institution of Negro chattel slavery. So that means the overwhelming majority of those people were enslaved at that point in time. These people who were considered free people of color, free Negroes, free blacks, whatever you want to call them, many of those people were themselves former slaves, born to former slaves, if they were born free. They had former slaves who their parents may have been, or their grandparents may have been. But the other thing that people continue to do is they go outside of the United States. What we're talking about as reparations is what actually occurred from the time period of 1776 moving forward. Because the United States doesn't actually become a body politic until 1776. We're not going to go back into colonial New York City under the Dutch West India Company. We're not talking about that. We know about the freedmen of New York because we've spoken on that. We taught on that, the freedmen in the land of the blacks and all. We talk about all of that stuff. We know about it. And we also know that there is a distinct difference between the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Creek, and Choctaw freedmen versus the American freedmen, because you're talking about two different jurisdictions. Somebody's making a lot of noise. I can't get it. Somebody's off their mic. Hold on. I don't know who that was. Mute y'all mics. Keep y'all mics muted, man. Go ahead, Mr. Ali. Sorry about that. No problem. So there's often a lot of conflation going on because people apparently don't understand that there's actually a difference between the Cherokee freedmen and the American freedmen, between the Chickasaw freedmen and the American freedmen. There's a difference. The American freedmen became that in 1865. The Indian freedmen became freedmen in 1866. A year later, with the Indian treaties with the United States, where they had to force those nations to free their blacks. And in doing that, they actually borrowed from our
Amendment, the 13th Amendment. They used some of the language from that to incorporate into the 1866 Indian treaties. So those people only really became freedmen because of the freedmen who fought along with the Union to defeat the Confederacy. Because if they did not do that, the Confederacy would have won the war. If those Indian tribes who fought on the side of the Confederacy would have still had those people as slaves, who later on, under the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act, became citizens also of the United States. So the truth of the matter is that there are two different groups of people. You guys have to stop conflating the Indian freedmen with the American freedmen. Their conditions is not the same as ours. They're not the same as ours. The only thing that we have in common is that we all had status of freedmen from around the time of 1865 and 1866. That's the only thing we have in common. We're not members of any tribe. We're citizens and nationals of the United States, just like you said. But the fact of the matter is a person can occupy multiple statuses at one time. Just because you're a citizen does not change the fact that you were a formerly enslaved people. That doesn't change. Citizenship, nationality does not change the historical fact of who you as a people were. I don't know where you guys are getting that from, but there's no body of law that says any such thing.
Okay, we got to go ahead and move on to the next speaker.
I want to say one thing.
Real quick.
Let me say this quickly in response.
Well, hold on. Because you kind of went for a minute, Talent, and then Ali just went for a minute. We still got hands up. We got Nyhiem trying to go. We got to go ahead to the next speaker. Nyhiem.
I'm not sure if y'all hearing this bell or not, so I'm gonna just start calling the time, yo. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, we ain't hearing that bell, bro.
Yo, people getting knocked out here tonight. People taking blows now.
Well, Nyhiem, real quick. Let Talent go real quick, then I'll go and let you go.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that what I posted shows the precedence of free Negroes having a legal status prior to 1865. So those who entered into freedom after 1865 would still be connected to those free Negroes. If we're talking about many of them connected from similar families, and there were people who were free later at different points in time. So the freedmen conversation is still under the vinegar of free Negroes, which was a legal status of free people. So I don't know how freedmen now becomes the one that triumphs that. It's semantics at this point to me at best.
Let me.
Yeah, real quick, Nyhiem, go ahead because we got to move on.
All right. That right there it doesn't make no sense. What he just said doesn't make any sense at all. But I'm gonna just touch on something that he said earlier that was false. He said the 14th Amendment made us citizens, right? And he just said something a few minutes ago about Negroes having a special status before 1865, which canceled out what he said about the 14th Amendment making us citizens. For those of you who that want to learn, for those of you who want to learn.
I said a legal status and a political. I didn't say special. I said there's a difference between a legal status and a political status.
Okay.
You could have a legal status of being a free Negro, but there was no political status that made you a citizen. Those are two different things. And you guys, even as freedmen, have jumped between political and legal. And now, as Mr. Ali said, it all is synonymous because it represents the jurisdiction under the Constitution. That right
Which is a fact. You don't, it seems, don't have the capability to understand.
Yo, can you just address the conversation? You don't have to address anybody by saying what they do or do not understand. I am very well educated, and I have a stance that you could just disagree with without saying, well, you don't understand this, that, third. I am giving y'all what Wikipedia put up when it pertains to a free Negro and legal status. And under that, it says that free people were considered a part of being free Negroes in a population, along with escaped free slaves, mulattoes, children born to colored women. I'm giving you what that standard is. We can break down Wikipedia and go back and forth of what these statuses are based on what I find and what I bring to the room. This is not based on what I think, what I know, what I'm trying to figure out. This is based on me giving you documented information. You want me to read this in encyclopedia?
No.
Yeah, we got, like I say, Talent, go ahead. Now it's time for him to move on. Nyhiem gonna say something, and we moving on to the next speaker.
And talent, I don't feel like the brother was disrespecting you, because I would have checked Nyhiem on that. We all learn differently. You feel what I'm saying? And things happen in a different way, and we understand things differently. I'm an audio engineer by trade. I've been in it for 30 years. It took me 10 years to understand how to fucking use an EQ, even though I learned it in school. You feel what I'm saying? It's really like that sometimes. You know what I mean? I don't think he was disparaging you, bro. But go ahead. 60 seconds, land your plane, Tom.
Yeah, because
yeah, let talent land his plane. Nobody come off the mic. Go ahead.
What I am saying is that if we are talking about a legal status, we have to describe it as it pertains to law, right? And then if we're talking about political status, we have to connect the relationship that these things have. They have been jumping back and forth from saying it's a legal status, it's a political status, and then Ali went and said it's the Constitution. And now the Constitution speaks towards what? The amendments that made us free, and that gave us citizenship, and that also gave us voting rights within the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. But prior to those times, you had free Negroes and you had free classes of black people that did not go through a political process of being emancipated at that time frame to have the status of freedmen. So to say that we are all freedmen, and that's the term, when the status of being a legal person was free people of color, of free Negroes, predates that. I just find it weird that y'all trying to put this one before the other one when we have people that were free Negroes and that was the legal status. I actually posted in the Jumbotron, and y'all can see when it describes what a free Negro, it said the legal status. When you describe what a freedman is, it is saying it's a term that was associated with those same families who ended up being free. So it's just, I don't know, man. Like at this point, if this is the brand y'all pushing, cool. But it's not a brand. Can we respond, brother Newstoter?
Yeah, talent. That's beyond 60 seconds. You kind of went for a minute, so let me go ahead and let Nyhiem respond. Thank you for speaking tonight, Nyhiem. Go ahead and sum it up in a couple minutes.
I'm gonna pass my time to Ali, bro, because I'm gonna just go ahead, brother Ali. Yeah, I don't know if
Ali, you there?
Yeah, my bad. What?
Real quick, Ali, let's sum this up in 2 minutes so we can go ahead to the next speaker.
Yes. When we say political status, political also implies that it's some relationship to the government, but it also is dealing with law and legislation and policy. So the fact of the matter is, when we say political, we're also referring to the fact of this constitutional standard. I referred to the 13th Amendment. I didn't say anything about the 14th or 15th Amendment. You're talking about the 14th Amendment gave citizenship, the 15th Amendment gave them voting rights. That's not what I said. I said specifically as it relates to the freedman status, that it is constitutional/political because of the 13th Amendment. Politics is the science of who gets what. It's the science of who gets what, when, where, and how. So these people who have this former status of slave, who changed from the slave status to free people, were able to have certain commitments and promises made to them because they specifically needed assistance. The government established something called the Freedmen's Bureau through acts of legislation. It established something called the Freedmen's Bank. This is called politics. This is because of the political status of these people. Okay, this political politics is really, in essence, the science of who gets what. So these particular people of this particular status had what they called the Freedmen's Bank. They didn't call it the Free People of Color Bank. They didn't call it the Free Negro Bank. They call it the Freedman's Bank, the Freed Man's Bank, meaning those people who were formerly enslaved and emancipated by way of the 13th Amendment. I don't see why that's hard to understand. If it's hard to understand, it's because you're adding complexities to something that's actually very simple. You don't need to do that because the history is very clear. It's been documented for a very long time, bro. Like, that's not that hard to get. There were people who were slaves, and because of the Civil War and the 13th Amendment, they were no longer slaves. You can't deny that because you want to push the brand of being a Negro. That's your thing. If you want to push that brand, you can do that. But we're specifically aligning ourselves and attaching ourselves back to the people who were emancipated by that 13th Amendment, because we understand and have done the research that those people were made certain promises and commitments that this government reneged upon, and that we are now standing in the shoes of those people trying to hold this government accountable for. You can do whatever you want. We're not trying to change your race. If you are a Negro, if you are a Black, if you are a colored, if you are a nigger, or whatever it is, that's your thing. You've never heard us try to change anybody's race. We are speaking specifically to certain things that happened based on the fact that these people were emancipated and this government owes them something, and us as the descendants of those people are trying to collect on that day. You guys can do whatever you want.
All right, Mr. Ali, let me go ahead and move on to the next speaker. Who was it? Let me see. Sivas, I believe it is. Is it Sivas?
Yeah, Stevens.
Sivas.
Yes, thank you so much. My questions are related to some of the questions that were asked earlier. And while I was listening at the questions, I went to, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I guess it's a cabinet position, Department of Interior. So, and I did that because they will speak about the structure of it as such. So my question is, well, I have two questions. My question is, would it be good for us to have a structure and set up like that, so that, anyone can go, my granddaughters could go, I could go, myself or wife, and make an inquiry and things like that? Because like I said, it's the Department of Interior, and underneath that is the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And would that serve as a model? So that would be my first question.
Okay, real quick, y'all. We're gonna start wrapping the questions up a little bit quicker to get around the room, because y'all asking questions for the speakers, and the speakers are speaking and stuff like that as well too. And we still got a number of hands up, so let's go ahead and try to keep it. We're gonna ask the speakers one question. If we ask the speakers, or just make a statement how you feel or whatever. But we're gonna try to get this around the room quicker. So go ahead and ask your second question. But after that, guys, just keep it to one question for the speakers, if you're gonna ask the speakers a question.
Yes, the second question is, looking at the works of Neely Fuller Jr., Dr. Francis Wilson, I would say I call myself like an attempt to counter racist science. How is this information going to help in the terms of establishing justice, like in the preamble to the U.S. Constitution? And how is it going to prevent harm from having that happen to us? Being as which I've seen, like Seneca Nation, they said that because I-90 in New York go to the thruway, and they're owed some $675 million because they're supposed to get a piece of that for every vehicle that goes across their land, their nation. So one, I guess, like I said from earlier, establishing a nation, and how would that be structured in the government? And the second one would be from the counter-racist standpoint, that if they did damage and harm, then now and continually, what is it, and how can we have protections such that there's no harm going to be happening to us at all? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment tonight. Let me go ahead and get to the next speaker. If anybody can touch up on that, if any of the speakers can touch up in that a minute or less, then they're welcome to go ahead.
Okay, I'll just say briefly, one of the 5 forms of reparations, and we know Sister Camilla Moore broke this down at the Revolt Summit, is a cessation or / assurance of non-repetition. So in a full reparative package, and we call it acknowledgement, redress, and closure, that is a part of closure, that assurance of non-repetition, that those things that had happened to us in the past would never happen again. We can't stop individual racism and people from being racist or doing racist things. But what we can do is assure that the banks don't do like Wells Fargo did during the refinance boom and reject half of its black applicants. And the Citigroup study showed that since the year 2000, the U.S. economy lost $16 trillion due to racism, specifically against our people. So in a broad reparations package federally, that assurance of non-repetition, that closure, basically ensures that these things will not happen to our future generation.
All right, thank you, Nyhiem. Let me go ahead for anybody on the far right, maybe about the fifth or sixth to the far right in the actual jumbotron. You'll see our YouTube channel as well as a newsletter. If you guys could go ahead and subscribe to our newsletter and our YouTube channel as well too. We're trying to grow that. If you're in the space and you're not following Newstoter, make sure you follow Newstoter. Newstoter is the largest Black American-owned news curation platform today in America. You can support us on Cash App. That's $Newstoter. That is $Newstoter. Let me go ahead and get to Sepia.
Hello, yes, sir. Peace and blessings, shalom to the host and the co-host, as well as everybody in the room. And if I may name drop, and I hate to do that, but if I may, I think that people like Talent and Juice and a couple of other people those Negroes are worse than white folks when it comes to us classifying ourselves so we could get, what's due to us, what's owed to us.
I thought we weren't going to disparage people up in here. Like, I'm sorry. No.
Thank you, bro. No. I'm not disparaging anybody. I'm just
right, but hold on, let's listen to what you just said, though, bro.
Okay, one person at a time. One person at a time. Let's just go ahead and focus on the actual conversation as well, too. So let's just focus the conversation. The topic tonight is what is a freedman. Let's just keep it in that realm right there. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, sir. I will respect that. A lot of people are overthinking this. A freedman, just like Marcel said, shout out to him. Just like he said, a freedman is anyone who descends from the killing, those who were living through the hells and the killing fields of the United States plantation. It's very simple. I mean, trying to politicize it, legalize it, religiousize it, space age it. I mean, that's really just bringing a lot of confusion and trying to make people do more work than what's needed. And that's why I said that some people, try to make that are within our own ranks, within our own bloodline, are making it harder than these white supremacists. For us to self-identify who we are, whether it's Freedman or FBA, and then in order for us to move forward and get our tangibles, because we're too busy running in circles, trying to figure out, okay, so if this happened in 1776, oh, wait a minute, this happened in 1547, oh, wait a minute, this happened in 1870. I mean, that's just a lot of time wasting. That's wasting everybody's time. Let's just move forward with the ones who really have their finger on the pulse and have their feet, dug deep into the game and, who are making progress. I mean, there are other, venues and other times to have this time-wasting conversation. I'm with Davey. Davey made a very good point. As far as regarding his lineage. And if you're a freedman, if your family had picked, one bushel of cotton, I'm pretty sure everyone in this room has family that's, had dangled from poplar trees. So, and even with that, just like some other people said, there would be people playing at the bell. Oh, okay, I will. There would be people who are Negro, who are melanated, who may get reparations, who don't even qualify for it.
that's just something that we have to, make space for. But all this plebiscite babbling is really unnecessary. And, we just got to stop that and move forward towards the goal. I'll land there. Thank you.
All right. We'll appreciate that real quick. Hold on one second, Marcel. Hold on one second. Go ahead and make it a minute because we still got, hold on, before let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4. We still got 4 hands up.
Got a full rack of ribs down there. Full rack of ribs.
So, in a minute.
It won't take me long. I just see Steven is in the comments trying to troll.
He been saying that the whole night. He been like,
He wouldn't come up though, Marcel. Notice that.
He won't. Steven's just getting a good old kick out of this. And you can't blame Steven. It's not because Steven's been teaming up with some of the obstructionists, and now they even got some of those same anti-Black American immigrants who have been doing FBA, Security Tribe, Freedman, or hate groups. Some of them they partnered up together about Gabriel. So yeah, so a lot of them is getting a kick out of this. Let me make this very clear. Okay, I heard a little what Talon said. I'm so sick of this. I'm not saying, Talon, you're being disingenuous, but some people are. Most reparations legislation, like in California, which is the one that we've been usually referenced, they have it there. The descendant of African American, those are their words, descendant of American slavery, or a descendant of a free person of color. What other categories are there for a Black person to fall under? Someone please tell me that. 90% of Black Americans were enslaved in the U.S. at the end of the Civil War. So 90% of us are from people who are enslaved. The remaining 10% of us are from probably the free people of color. So what is the big fuss about? There you go. The ones who are descendants of those who were enslaved were freemen. If you don't want to say the term freeman, don't damn say it. But we're not going to say it's not what they were called. And if you're not a descendant of American slavery, then you're a descendant of a free person of color.
All right. Let's go ahead and move it. Let's go. That's good. Appreciate that, Marcel. Let me go ahead and get to fear this one. Let me go ahead and get to fear this one.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? To the room, peace to the room, peace to all the speakers.
Hey, brother, this DJ right here. Come on and reset the room for us, man. Everybody arguing. Everybody arguing. Everybody want to argue.
Yeah, I'm gonna give everybody something that everybody can identify, and just get this, move on, because I think it's just a lot of from the bros that we're talking about, y'all already doing what you're doing, so that's already a given. But I'm just saying for all the people that's still on the fence, just don't know, or just so upset, man. Let's just calm it down back to what we all have been through. We've all been through grade school. I'm gonna answer the question about what is Freedman through this right here. All right, everybody went through 3rd grade. So by going through 3rd grade, then you went to the 4th grade. So by that being said, you are now a 4th grader. You are no longer a 3rd grader. So look, if you are that 4th grader, that means that you don't want nobody calling you a 3rd grader. That's just simple as a status and name update. Simple. That's what Freedman is. It once was formerly enslaved, a what? Free person. That's simple. If you are a graduate of a college, and I've said this many times. I'll say it again. And I've said it on the streets too. If you are a graduate of a college, you do not have to be called a freshman, junior, senior, sophomore anymore, or an undergrad, because you have achieved something. You have achieved scholastics. You have accomplished something. That means that now you can be able to go out there and get that job. You can be able to go out there and provide for your family. You could have done that as an undergrad because you didn't get the what? You didn't get your degree. You did not get your those things. So people need to just bring it back down to where we all can identify. Many of us have been in the military. If you've been in the military, that means that no matter where you come from, you are all here as a private, or all here as to become a first sergeant, or a sergeant, or a corporal, whatever they may be. But bring it back to what you've already been through and see this is the same thing. Status remains in this country to really identify you. And nothing else. Really all the racial categories and slave badges and all that stuff, or whatever, all that stuff just gets conflated, man, from what status really does for you in this country. That's what American Freedman has been saying. labor.
All right, all right. Let's go ahead and get to and there it is. Let me go ahead and remove you as a speaker so I can bring somebody else up as well too. So give me 1 second. Let me see.
Those that got their hands up, just keep your hands up. That's down in the lower chat. We'll bring you up in a second. All right.
All right. Next up is that Negro. That Negro, go ahead, unmute your mic. That Negro, you there?
Yeah, he be having problems with his phone.
I don't even see him.
I did see him. He was just there, but he must be gone. So okay, let me go to we got who was that next? Hold on one.
Hey, let's bring
hold on 1 second. We'll go ahead and bring somebody else up since he's gone. But Black Bodie, go ahead. You got unmute your mic.
The whole Freedman thing is there's been this talking point that Freedmen are only from the 5 civilized tribes. And there are Black Americans like myself who have ancestors who are freedmen. Like my grandmother's her maternal last name, so her maiden name was Freedman. So she definitely, a lot of people just change their last name.
Hey, what was her maiden name?
It was Freedman.
Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of people change their names to that. Now there might have been some slave owners named Freedman, but for the most part, a lot of Black Americans change their names to Freedman. But then I have on the other side of my family, I have a 4th great grandmother by the name of Olivia Brown. And Olivia Brown, I never knew this because my great always told us that her grandparents were slaves. She was enslaved by the Chickasaw, and so she's technically registered as like a freedman with them. Okay, whatever. And so yeah, both exist. It's not really relevant. It's only relevant to people who want to bring up the talking point. Oh, only 388,000 came from the transatlantic slave trade, because they have this weird identity agenda, and not everyone is on that. I don't like if you are a Black American, you don't have time to discover a new identity like from a cereal box. That's not going to help us or save us. If you pay attention to the Supreme Court and what it's talking about, what Justice Kavanaugh is talking about, what Ketanji Brown Jackson is talking about, they're using words like lineage and Kavanaugh specifically mentioned Freedman and the Freedmen's Bureau. And his question was this: if we cannot use race for affirmative action, can we use the idea of being a descendant of a slave, right? And they used the legality of the Freedmen's Bureau to establish essentially the legality of using freedom. And so we have to think in terms of how is the Supreme Court thinking about this? Not that I think respect Kavanaugh, but if that's the framework that they're thinking about it, we need to also consider that.
That's called precedent. Like I was saying, precedent is what they look at.
Okay, real quick. Appreciate you, Black Bodie. Thank you for your thank you for coming up to speak tonight. Let me go ahead and get to Miss Thanker. Miss Thanker, go ahead, unmute your mic.
I just only have like 2 questions.
Hey, keep it to one if you can. Keep it to one question because we got quite a few hands still up.
It's a short question, but like for reparations, if we still asking the government and still signing papers to get reparations, so how are we gonna get it if we still under their control by signing papers or government papers? And number 2, I'm just saying, someone said that the Native Americans were the $5 Native Americans weren't the real Native Americans. And yeah, I don't believe that they enslaved some Black people. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and move on to the next speaker, which is Tyrone. Tyrone, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, is Rella next?
She dropped down. She dropped down. It's over with. Go ahead.
I think is Rella next or Tyrone?
No, it's Tyrone.
Okay.
Peace. Hey, thanks, man. I'm gonna try to
to be brief, and I think Marcel touched on it. I had stepped away real quick, but I got on here right when the brother was trying to make a distinction between the status of free Negroes and freedmen. The only difference that I see is that one group of Negroes was freed through manumission, or they were born free prior to the Civil War, and then freedmen were freed through emancipation after or during the Civil War. And so my question would be, are they in fact two separate statuses, and are free Negroes entitled to reparations? And I'm going to land with that.
All right. Appreciate that, Tyrone. Let me go ahead and move on to Rella. Rella, what's going on tonight?
Were they answering questions too, or are we just asking a question?
You can ask and they'll answer. Just keep the questions short, but
Can I answer?
Do y'all want to answer Tyrone's question?
We will be quick. Right. Tyrone, pretty much, freedmen refers to descendants of American slavery, those that were freed during the Civil War. However, in most reparations legislation, that's why we have that, which, by the way, those who were enslaved, that's 90% Black American, that's 90% of the Black American population. But that's why we also include descendants of freed persons of color, so that those that were already freed prior can also get their reparations. But let's be very clear. Black people who were free in this nation before the Civil War, the majority of them were enslaved as well, one for a time. They either ran away or they, as disgusting as this may sound, they bought their freedom, okay? But because they were free before the Civil War, that means, though, they will be considered a free person of color, and they get reparations too under, like, the California reparation standards. So, yeah, don't know what the argument's about. Not talking to you, Tyrone, I'm just saying in general.
all right. Okay, Rella, you got it.
Hey, Newstoter, Ray, DJ, everybody in the room. So, DJ, I hope you have a space after this, because, you know, I really want to get off some things. But I'll keep it to the points of the matter. I think we could just land on the last legal classification, and we don't have to disparage historical records of anything as you uncover information. I think I would like to know, actually, let me phrase it that way. I would like to know if Ali and Nyhiem, and anyone else that wants to answer, believes that we could go further if everyone actually gets on the same page with the understanding of this information versus being adversarial. And if that's the case, what do you believe?
Real quick, I want to answer that. That's not going to happen. But then they can go ahead and answer it also as well, too.
Yeah, let me just say real quick. Yeah, exactly. That's what we've been trying to do over at BTP since we came in this space. Unfortunately, there are people that come in and take adversarial positions toward us. And then they wonder why we respond back to them in the way that we do. The main thing we've done on our platform, Be the Power, has taught and helped bring to light this American freedman status. Hell, we popularized the name reparationist in this modern time. We don't run around bragging about none of this stuff. The reason why people say reparationist right now is because of BTP. The reason why people are saying freedman right now is because of BTP. So you might think that, all right, well, maybe these brothers have something to offer. So instead of opposing them, let me listen to them. Instead of joining groups of people that oppose them, and so that I can just be oppositional for the sake of being oppositional, let me just listen and see what they're talking about. We probably would be much further ahead right now if people didn't take those positions.
Okay, and then real quick, can I ask my last question? And shout out to also Anna Navarra, who also actually was actually championing the reparationist perspective. So thank you for that. I will also state, though, do you guys think that maybe these discussions would be better had in a more academic setting? So to kind of avoid what happened tonight?
Well, wait, I think what's happening tonight is perfectly fine. I mean, some people just the troll launch insults and they got insults launched back at them. I'm not going to always be the bigger person. Sometimes, most of the time, I ignore stuff. Sometimes I will clap back. But I think tonight is academic. People who look at the Jumbotron and see actual primary sources, legal documentation, and things like that. And Rella, there is a point around which we can rally. We can rally around being descendants of American slaves. That is the qualifying thing there. The problem is, though, people try to act like Freedman is some awful term that we should not use at all because they don't like Nyhiem, or some people think that Freedman is related to being African, and some of them are convinced they're not African. I don't even know if you consider yourself African or not, but they are the ones that try to muddy the waters and make these combative. Some of these same people we see are the ones trolling in Newstoter space last night. So the problem are not people who, even we may have conflicts now and then, the problem are not people who are really 10 toes down for linear space preparation. The problem are the trolls who circle jerk and trauma bond and Twitter spaces and want to be fake mad about something new every damn day. But the moment you say something to them, like, okay, you did a pull up and you stood in front of a gas station on one side, if people make fun of them about that, they want to cry and say their feelings are hurt. I've never done that. But these same people want to troll and trauma bond and launch against everyone else, but think people are supposed to clap back. That's not going to happen. You'll get a piece of all that sometimes.
Right, and let me just say real quick, just to those questions. I agree with the points that you're raising with the questions. Also, in terms of the confrontational aspect of a lot of what goes on, it is coming from outside of the group, but it has to do with the fact that people don't like the group, members of the group, or the things that are being said by the group. I don't know any of these people, Rella. I know you. We've had dialogues with each other, but the majority of the people that are vitriolic towards us and the things that we say, I don't know any of these people. I don't have interaction with them or any of that, other than maybe sometimes on Twitter if someone comes to a post. Like, you'll see my post, I'll post something that'll make a certain statement about something historical, whatever the case is. Even if I'm trying to debunk something that someone else is saying, it's not always directed at any particular person, but they take it personal. They come with ad hominems and all these different kinds of things. I don't know any of these people personally. None of them. I've never met any of these people here other than the ones that I've met, right? But the ones who have the problems with them, I don't know them. I don't have interaction with them. So they seek out whatever it is that we're saying or doing, and then they come with their own attacks. That happened right here tonight. That happened right here tonight in multiple instances. I'm sitting here with the mic off and people saying, slick things and stuff like that. People that I don't even know. Never seen in my life, right? So, that's what's happening. So I just think that, like Marcel said, if you see us sometimes crack back on some of these people, you just got to realize that at a certain point, you get tired of people trying to be disrespectful, and that's really all it is.
And that's understandable. And I just want to lend this to say the information is not going to ever change. It's always going to be the same, and we all can look it up and have a great dialogue. And outside of all of that other extra stuff, I think you guys are doing a good job, even though I can't stand Nyhiem and how he responds to people, but I can respect his scholarship. And then I will say this, you can't go it alone. At some point, we have to get to a point where we got to get this information out to the masses.
Rella, here's the thing I will say real quick, and I'm going to be very quick. Yes, unity is great, and I used to try to be a unifying.
Not unity.
No, I know. I'm making a point, an overall point, not a response to what you said. I used to try to be a unifying figure by going to everyone's room, being cool with everyone, and I came to realize some of those same people, the moment you make a decision that they don't like, they say reparations at all costs, and then you support someone who's pushing reparations, anything else about them be damned, those same people become obstructionists. Now, I support anyone who's out there trying to push the reparations movement, and I will not disparage anyone who's trying to do that. But I've noticed there is a small percentage who don't do a damn thing. They're really not that important, But on Twitter, at least, if he's putting out misinformation and who's being obstructionist, they do deserve to be called out. They can be ignored, but I'm going to definitely always destroy their misinformation, and I'm not always going to do it in a nice way.
And I'll end with this. Right? It's so funny, right? Over the years, people, they take these little pot shots and these little digs, and you ignore and ignore and ignore. And then when you respond, somehow you're the worst person in the whole world. You know what I'm saying? It's really weird. And I just want to make a point of clarification. Angela Navana's channel was called Friends of ADOS. After we popularized the term reparationist, then she changed it.
But it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. She's on point though, right? So I think that we can clarify that we can respect that she's the reparationist channel, and we can also recognize that she's like we're talking about it.
Take a slick shot.
No, it's not a slick shot. No.
Everybody, let's just chill for a second, real quick. Let's go ahead and get on another topic as well too. So Nyhiem, go ahead and close it out in 50 seconds. We need to go ahead and move it on to the next speaker.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say what I do so that I can minimize the back and forth with those type of people before I say something crazy, and I just block. And that to me should end all of it. So that's it.
All right. Okay, brother. Thank you. We're gonna go ahead and move on real quick. Let me go ahead and get to the next speaker. I believe the next speaker is Who Did. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yes, hello to the host and the co-host.
How you doing?
I want to be as respectful as I can to all the comments that have been stated tonight. I've been listening very closely, and I will go back and listen to the recording. I don't want to disrespect anyone's perspective. Every person is entitled to it, but I'm gathering data and information. And based on just what I've heard tonight, and I will digest it and analyze it and evaluate it closely. But as clear as I can make it, my ancestor that's on my census report, or the census report of my mother, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, is Negro. And like Brother Talent and Juicy said, unless I can see a person on a Zoom call with a legal background that can state clearly what gives us the strongest case, whether it's American Negro or Freedman, I'm still not going with no Freedman. I was born a Negro, and I'm going to die a Negro. It became precedence before Freedman came out of the air. When my ancestors got freed, they were classified as Negro before the word Freedman came out of the air. That's what they called them. Every day of those 244 years in slavery, they called them Negro. They never said out their mouth, Freedman, I'm going to hang you. Freedman, I'm going to lynch you. Freedman, I'm going to burn you. They said it clearly. For 244 years, you are a Negro. Now, whatever they came up with in 1865 does not take precedence over that. It would never take precedence over that. They can come up with 100 names. It would never take precedence over Negro. But thank you.
Thank you, sister. We appreciate it. And respectfully, hold on, y'all. Respectfully, sister, they didn't. I don't know if they said Negro, we're gonna hang you. They didn't say nigga, we're gonna hang you. If we want to really be honest about it, I think they were saying nigga more than they were saying Negro. Nigga, bring your blood.
Negro or nigger, whatever, but Negro is on my birth certificate. Negro is on the census report. Negro was on the census, was on the census up until 1870, 1960 or 1980 when they changed it to African American. That's in black and white. It was on all the census reports up until they changed it to African American. And unless we can see some documents that show that we checked a box that said Freedman, but if nobody has proof that we checked a box that said Freedman, when we bought a house, when we bought a car, when we applied for a job, none of them boxes said Freedman.
I don't disagree with you, sister, but on my birth certificate, hold on one second. On my birth certificate, I was born towards the tail end of the 70s. It don't say Negro on mine. It says black. So I mean,
yes, they did start changing it.
Yeah, they started changing it.
After 1960 or 1970.
Okay, I don't know how many times I'm going to say it, but I'm going to say it again. Freedman was never a racial classification. Freedman was never a racial classification. Freedman was never a racial classification. It was a political status that qualified us for programs for an agency of the government. That agency of the government would still be around had Congress not decided to defund it. But the Freedman Bureau Acts were never rescinded. So we still do have the political classification of freedmen. For example, you have some people who are in this country as an immigrant. They don't necessarily go around calling themselves an immigrant, but they are an immigrant. They might be Colombian. They might be an Afro-Colombian. So their race is black, their nationality is Colombian, and their political status in the U.S. is an immigrant. But they're not going to put, that doesn't mean that their race becomes immigrant. Immigrant is their political status. Freedman was never our race. I've had my great-grandparents' documentation. Yeah, they were called Negro too, but they were still freedmen. Okay? W.E.B. Du Bois, by the way, in a speech in the early 1900s, he was talking about the atrocities of the black Americans. He mentioned freedmen. And by the way, who did you boycott? There was a congressman who said we need to get rid of these wretched freedmen, referring to us. So freedmen is a political status. It was never a race. So no, you're not going to find it on a census. But also, let me finish too. For a long time in this country, you didn't find them asking a person if they were a veteran on application. Now you go and apply for a job, they ask, are you a veteran? Because that political status qualified them for special programs. Now they ask people, are you disabled? Because that political status can qualify them for special accommodations. We are pushing legislation right now to get freedmen that same type of respect like it used to have during the days of Reconstruction.
All right. Appreciate that, Marcel. Let me go ahead and get to another speaker. Thank you for speaking tonight. Let me go ahead and get to we got LaFarmer Irie, and I'll say this right here. Generally, like I always wait to after a space, but tonight I had to go ahead and get me a drink tonight. It was just like I had to actually take a shot tonight. So Irie, you got it.
Hold on. Light or dark, Tyler, what we drinking now?
No, we drinking the light tonight. I'm not dealing with no dark light.
All right. Yeah. It's on Thursday. All right. Go ahead, Irie. Go ahead.
All right. Peace and blessings, man. Let's get straight to it.
What's up, Jersey in the building? You already know.
Yeah, man. You already know it. So I just wanted to go and just say this, because it's been a while. Listen, I believe Mr. Ali said it, lineage is the last name. So I'll make sure I wrote this down. If lineage is denoted by the last name, then when a slave was sold to another owner, the lineage also changed? Or how about when marriage occurs? The last name change, the lineage change as well. I threw it up in the Jumbotron. The history about
the answer is no.
Absolutely.
The answer is no.
So I threw it up in the Jumbotron, and I threw about the Negro history from the University of Penn Museum. I've also threw up the Kyrie Irving in his first interview returning from his suspension, which we all know why. He was wearing a hat with organic Negro on it. He lost millions and millions of dollars for sharing a link to a movie titled From Hebrews to Negroes, Wake Up Black America. Also threw up the W.E. Du Bois and Frederick Douglass speaking on the term American Negro. Matter of fact, I'll even quote the one from Brother Frederick Douglass himself. The native land of the American Negro is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American. His ancestors for 270 years have lived and labored and died on American soil. Also threw up the two definitions, one for American, one for Negro. You'll notice the Negro does not have an adjective, and this is the American Dictionary of English Language. So therefore, Negro is only a noun. You can see that in the definition for that as well. And I brought that to bring context to the clarity of the saying that Negro means black in Spanish. It's not a Spanish-speaking country. There's also an article up there which says the Negro race has billions in U.S. That's a very good article to read. I believe that was from the New York Times. Another one that I also threw up there was a beautiful map by Sister Louise Jefferson, whose dad was a cartographer for the Federal Reserve. And she created a map back in the days of school that was called Americans of Negro Lineage. That's a beautiful item to look up in the Jumbotron as well. And I also threw up there the history about the chapter 2 from the American Negro slave revolts. Military action frequently provoked expression of alarm concerning the Negroes. Thus, one of the prime concerns of the officials of Virginia in 1673 during the war with the Dutch was the possible development of dissatisfaction among the indentured servants and the slaves. Difficulties with Indians, particularly the Yamasee tribe, aroused fierce and self-feelings as to the behavior of their slaves at various intervals during the first third 18th century. This reached panic proportions, particularly in Granville County, when it was discovered that the fugitive Negro slaves were aiding the Yamasee and Lower Creek Indians, the border forays, 1720 to 1728. Also threw up there the Freedman information. It says the Freedmen's Bureau was established.
Hold on, real quick. Let him finish. Let him finish.
But it's about something that he presented. I just wanted to a point of clarification.
So you can ask me that afterwards, please. Thank you very much. Just for the sake of time. The Freedmen's Bureau, formerly known as the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, was established in 1863 by Congress to help millions of former black slaves and poor whites in the South in the aftermath of the Civil War. The Freedmen's Bureau provided food, housing, and medical aid, established schools, and offered legal assistance. It also attempted to settle former slaves on land confiscated and abandoned during the war. However, the Bureau was prevented from fully carrying out its program because of shortage of funds and personnel, along with politics of race and reconstruction. Let me see, make sure I got them all. So the reason, of course, can't forget, I put Special Field Order 15 up there, and I dare and beg any one of these freedmen to show you. Holla at shout out to Nyhiem for bringing that document to me, because I had never known about it as that. I always known it as 48 years in the field, and he brought it to me. But when he came across the word Negro, he replaced it for Freedman arbitrarily. But that's not how the document reads.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Land your plane, I already the bell going on. Land your plane, I already the bell going on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this will be quick. So whenever I put on the scholarship in the Jumbotron for the purposes of people who are in the room to examine it for themselves. I did not want to throw any slanderous context. When I said I got Special Field Order 15 from Nyhiem, that's the truth. He arbitrarily couldn't read Negro. He was replacing that word with Freedman, which is not on the document. What I'm noticing about the Freedmen's Bureau is that it's a welfare office. So you won't find it. I dare you. So the thing about it is this. The Freedmen's Bureau is another welfare office. Lineage-based reparations is not denoted by status. I land.
All right. Well, forget the point of clarification, because let me just real quick, Marcel. Forget the point of clarification, because we could do that later, right? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold you to this word Negro, and what we're going to do is we're going to walk together, and we're going to go through the history of this word Negro together, and I'm going to submit to the fact that this word is a foreign word that was imposed on people. I'm going to make you submit, my brother. Trust me on that. When I tell you that, I'm giving you my word. I'm going to make you submit. Negro is not my name. I guarantee.
You don't have
I guarantee you.
Okay, Irie, go ahead and let him finish. Y'all, nobody interrupt. Just like when Irie was trying to go, nobody interrupt. So go ahead and let him finish because we're gonna move it around.
Absolutely. All neo-Negroes are going to submit to the actual history of this word Negro. You're going to submit. So that's number one. Number two. The Freedmen's the Special Field Order 15 actually mentions in section 1 and number 1, part number 1 and point number 2, it mentions the freed people. It mentions them, right? It's specific. It talks about not only Negroes, it mentions black people inside of the Special Field Order. This is something else that he doesn't mention. It says black people, and it also talks about, it uses the word Negroes. These are racial classifications that Europeans are using on these people. But the fact of the matter is, a specific group of Negroes or blacks is being mentioned in the field order, and it tells you who they are. It talks about the people who were emancipated, the people who were freed by the acts of war and the president. It tells you that, the free people. Then in another section of it, it talks about the free people being able to govern themselves once they were granted certain lands or whatever it is that they were trying to establish with them at that time. All you got to do is read it. It mentions the free people. So when you talk about it doesn't mention freedmen in there, it does, because it uses the term the people freed or the freed people in section, I think it's section 1 and section 2. I'm going off the top, bro. Like, this is not even that hard for us.
Hey, so with that being said, right? So with that being said, right? Would y'all be willing to come back and have a debate of the minds, Negro versus Freedman, 1 week from today?
Absolutely. Wait. Absolutely.
No,
we don't have enough time up there tonight.
Listen to me. We do not conflate these two things. Negroes are racial classification, freedom's a political status. I will not sit back and people try to act like they are two mutually exclusive things. Okay, first of all. Second of all, I go to Madison, and I'm not coming at you personally, but I go to Madison Square Garden all the time. That's the garden where Special Field Order 15 was signed. I go into the house where they met, and Freedman is there. They even took from the document description, and I put the picture there in Savannah, Georgia, my birth city, right there on the historical registry. I'm going to read what it says. I'm not doing it to be insulting. I'm just doing it for emphasis. Oh, hell, y'all got so many names in this Jumbotron. Oh, hell. Oh, no. Let me find the picture, y'all. Give me a second, please. I'm not trying to hold up. Give me a second. Freedman, we kind of had the discussion. Negro, yes. Black Americans were called the American Negro. Yes, but the problem is Negro is now a racial classification. It was never given the political status that Freedman had. Then I'm going to read it right here. It says, on January 12, 1865, U.S. Secretary of War Edward Stanton and General William T. Sherman met here at the home of Charles Green with 20 leaders from Savannah's African-American churches, including Garrison Frazier, Ulysses Houston, and William Campbell. The meeting resulted in Sherman's issue of Special Field Order number 15, which encouraged the enlistment of freedmen and also reserved coastal land from Charleston south to Florida's St. John's River, which is like Jacksonville, y'all, for a settlement by freed families and 40-acre tracts. Freedmen is right there. Now, Negro is not something you have to abandon, farmer. That's what I don't get. Why y'all act like these two are in opposition to each other. We're just saying that the political status of descendants of American slaves, who can call themselves Negro if they like, is freedmen. The thing that matters most, obviously, if we are descendants of American slavery. And for those who are the exception, because most free people of color, you can believe their children have blood in them from people who weren't enslaved. But just in case those exceptions exist, it will also include descendants of free persons of color, because most of them were formerly enslaved anyway. And a lot of them were at risk of getting kidnapped and sold to a slave state. The two do not have to be in competition with each other. They don't.
Let me bring it home with this one second.
Irie, we can barely hear you.
Yeah, no, I got it. I want to end it with this one sentence, right? So this is coming from.
You heard me clearly the first time.
I'm saying we can hear you, barely hear you now. Now I can hear you louder.
Yeah, now we can hear you, but mute out real quick. So let me read from the bloody shirt. This is.
Hold on, y'all, real quick. One person at a time. Irie, I'm
just closing the ranks.
The real document.
I'm closing the ranks from off of what Ali and Marcel was talking about, and then we can let him.
Hey, Nyhiem, since he was speaking, let Irie go ahead, and then you can come behind him.
Right, you'll get your chance, bro.
Yeah, let Irie go, and then you can go behind him.
That's why I made sure I was quiet.
Guess when? But hold on a minute. Your phone did get low, bro. Hold on, just listen real quick. Your phone did get low. I was about to say the same thing. I can't even hear you.
Yeah, it got real low.
Yeah, I fixed it. Did I fix it now?
Yeah, it's better. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna read the real document again. I don't like doing the semantics. I don't want to hear nobody when nobody think about it. To be honest, I actually do the preamble of this document in the Jumbotron as well. You'll see from the meeting between the religious leaders. You'll see that up in the Jumbotron as well. So those religious leaders were the prime people of the time during our day. These were our religious leaders. Some of them have been free for about 15, 20 years. So those was the people General Sherman and the Secretary of State spoke to draft this document. After that conversation, they came back within 4 days with a signed seal signature delivered from the President of the United States. So the thing about it is this part right here. It says right here, at Beaufort Head, Savannah, Bernardino, Jacksonville, the blacks, that's what they're saying right now when they mention the blacks. We're going to get to that. The blacks may remain in their chosen accustomed locations, but on the islands and settlements hereafter to be established. No white person whatsoever, unless military officers, settlement soldiers, detailed for duty, will be permitted to reside, and the sole and exclusive management of a field will be left to the freed people. That's what they say in Freedman, the freed people themselves, subject only to United States military authority and the acts of Congress. By the laws of war and the orders of the President of the United States, the Negro is free and must be dealt with as such. He cannot be subject to prescription, meaning that he can't have somebody else write on a piece of paper for him because he's not a subject to nobody. He's free. Or forced military service, saved by the written notice of the highest military authority of the department, under such regulations as the President of Congress may prescribe. Domestic service, blacksmiths, carpenters, other mechanics, they will be free to select their own working residence, but the young and able-bodied Negroes must be encouraged to enlist soldiers in the maintenance of the United States, to contribute their share towards maintaining their own freedom and securing their rights as citizens of the United States. Much like what my brother Talent just came up here and told you. We needed not a political status with this document because it expresses clearly that the Negro is free, must be dealt with as such. Therefore, there is no conscription, there's no other agency, there's no other congressional laws needed for us to be able to be declared as citizens. It's in this. What happened was much like they say with the Freedmen's Bureau and that love tale of it being rejected, with this one being more firm and solid, that 40 acres and a mule solidification, what this constitutes is an injury to those Negroes. Therefore, their descendants can make a right of claim to that injury as an injured party in the access of reparations.
Okay, stop. I need to respond.
No.
Wait. Nyhiem is going to go, Marcel, then I'll let you go. And then we got to move on to the other speakers. Go ahead, Nyhiem.
And please, let's not call scholarship bugged out. Because if you can't read
don't bugged out.
You're bugged out. Read scholarship. Thank you.
You're the dude that said that we got the word Negro from Africa because it was once called Negro.
I never said that at all. Don't put words in my mouth. Speak on
your whatever.
I never said that. I said that we have history. I never said that. Speak on your scholarship, though.
That's a lie. But anyway, this is coming from page 22 out of the bloody shirt. Real short. This is talking about Provisional Governor Perry. This is after the assassination of Lincoln. I want to show you how these people, and I've read this to Farmer before. He's heard this before. I want to show you how disingenuous they are because they keep pushing an argument that we're not making. Provisional Governor Perry was a Confederate that was put back over the state of South Carolina by Andrew Johnson. It says, in his opening address to the convention, Perry made quick work of the freedmen. It was the delegates' unavoidable duty he instructed them, however painful it may be, to adopt a declaration affirming that slavery will never again exist within the borders of the state. African slavery, that's for all you pretendians, which was a cherished institute. This is provisional Governor Perry's word. African slavery, which was a cherished institution of South Carolina from our earliest colonial history, he said, is gone, dead forever, abolished by the war-making powers of the United States military authorities. It was likely that 3/4 of the state would soon ratify the 13th Amendment, thereby making abolition the supreme law of the land. It was a pay attention. It was a necessary condition for South Carolina's readmission to the Union that their state include a like declaration in their state's new constitution. Listen to what Provisional Governor Perry said, and you can find this in the New York Times article in 1866. Quote, "Until this is done, we shall be kept under military rule, and the Negroes will be protected as freedmen by the whole military force of the United States." So here, Provisional Governor Perry, speaking contemporaneously, identifies the racial classification, the racial nomenclature of our ancestors, and he also identifies their status. Let me read that again. "And until this is done, we shall be kept under military rule, and the Negroes will be protected as freedmen by the whole military force of the United States." You guys are making arguments that are stupid. They're stupid. There's no other way to put it. Y'all think we're trying to make freedmen
okay.
replacement for the term black and Negro.
Real quick, let me go ahead and get to Marcel. Then, like I said, we got hands up, so we got to go ahead and move. We can't, after these hands up, y'all, we're going to keep it short and sweet, and we're not going to actually have the speakers come back. So you guys go and state what you want to, so we can move it around. Go ahead, Marcel, real quick.
All right, look in the Jumbotron. Irie Farmer, and like I said, this is not personal, but look at the Jumbotron. Facts are facts. The Freedman Bureau was the agency that was supposed to distribute the 40 acres in the Mew. And I know that, first of all, that's on the Library of Congress. Look at the Jumbotron for proof. The Freedmen's Bureau was going to distribute the 40 acres in the Mew to freedmen. And I know from personal experience, because my family has land right now as we speak, from Special Field Order 15, 9 acres on Lady Island. We have 2 Freedman colleges in downtown Beaufort. We have 10 acres in Richmond, South Carolina, which pretty much used to be a part of Beaufort as well. It's heirs property. You know how we got that land? When they gave the land back to the enslavers, a lot of these enslavers killed themselves or they sold their land to the Freedmen's Bureau, to the government, because they couldn't afford the debt. And the Freedmen's Bureau helped some black families, especially in South Carolina, which was ground zero, get land. My family was one of them, and we have still had that land in our possession. And we have had to fight to keep it, and we have had to know this history on it. So the Freedmen's Bureau did distribute land to freedmen, and that's what it was designed for. And hand that racist bastard Andrew Johnson, notwithstanding Special Field Order 15, the Freedmen's Bureau would have been distributing 40 acres to the news. This is not from Marcel, Irie Farmer. This is
I got your brother, Marcel, but this is why I say context matters, my brother, and it's very simple. It is in part 5 of Special Field Order 15, and anyone can read it. I'll just literally read the first sentence.
Okay, Irie, after this, I got to go ahead and drop you.
I got you, brother. I got you. But people speaking to me, I just want to respond. That's fine. In order to carry out the system of settlement, a general officer will be detailed as inspector of settlements and plantations, whose duty it shall be to visit the settlements, to regulate their police and general management, and who will furnish personally to each head of a family, subject to the approval of the President of the United States, a possessory title in writing, given as near as possible a description of the boundaries and just all claims, conflicts which may arise under the same, subject to the like approval, treating such titles altogether as a possessory, meaning that there was a branch and a division of the military that was assigned to that, so it was going to separate it out as per Special Field Order 15.
Okay, real quick, Irie, in 40 seconds, go ahead and land it.
I didn't get to finish what I was saying. I didn't get to finish. Do y'all know where the Freedmen's Bureau started? Does anyone know? It started underneath the U.S. Department of War.
Yeah, the U.S. Department of Defense now, right?
Department of Defense today. It started with exactly what you just read. So the Freedmen's Bureau came into existence as a status for us to receive the 40 acres in view. They started it as an executive agency under what we call today the Department of Defense, but what was then called the War Department, whatever the hell it was called. So, again, Negro, yes, all of the freedmen were Negro, but the status under which we were being served was freedmen.
And right, all I was saying was the responsibility was not relegated to Freedmen's Bureau, but it was left to the inspector that was supposed to be responding to the general inside of that same department, meaning that he could have set up a bureau, or he could have done it and set up a team, a staff, or whatever. So it wasn't relegated that the bureau's sole duty was to give us the land. It was a function of it, but it was not its sole duty. The sole proprietary responsibility was that inspector who was named by the president to be able to give that land out, and not left to the bureau itself. That's why I said anybody just read.
Who was questioning any of that? Who questioned?
Okay, let me pause it. Irie, thank you for your comment and for coming up and speaking tonight. We got to go ahead and move on, though. I'm going to drop you down. I appreciate having you in the space. We got to go on and move to the next speaker. We can't continually stay on the same topic. We got to go and move. Okay, Phoenix, you're next. Go ahead, Phoenix, and unmute your mic.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I got to be dramatic right now. Thank you so much for hosting this space. Thank you so much for your education and just being here, Toter. Thank you so much, Nyhiem, and all the brothers, Marcel, Ali, and all the brothers and sisters that's bringing that Freedman education consistently, all the time, never wavers. It cannot waver because it's based on fact. It's based on constitutional law and fact. Now, I just want to pose an argument because I don't know why our people always shoot ourselves in the foot, right? So, okay, let's just take it back. We were Aboriginal. Then we were, Native Americans, because yes, we are. We're not all off shift. Okay, then we're mulattoes, then we're Negroes, then we're Black, now we're African American. So, with all of that being said, it's all based on color, it's based on race, right? We already know the Constitution cannot rule and will not rule based on race. That scholarship has been done, it's been proven, it's been documented. So why do we shoot ourselves in the foot? And let me just say this. What's going to tie all of us together? Say my grandma or my great-grandma or grandfather's birth certificate said Negro. Okay, well, shoot, mine don't. Mine says African American. How is that going to connect it together? What's going to be the thing that makes me a descendant of that person? Well, I would say that most of those people are descendants of slaves, right? So us being free and the Reconstruction is the thing that ties all that together. Otherwise, we wouldn't be connected to our ancestors in that way to get reparations. So why do we shoot ourselves in the foot with all of these random arguments that doesn't, your document doesn't say the same thing your grandparents or great-grandparents or your ancestors say? So what's going to connect you? Your name's not. So what's going to connect you? Your lineage. You being a descendant of an American slave, no matter what color, what creed, whatever. If your parents or your grandparents or your great-grandparents are descendants and are freedmen by legal status, then that's the thing that connects you to everything that has happened. And that's the thing that's going to get you to reparations. California has already done the scholarship. Why shoot ourselves in the foot and continue to go round and round and round and round in circles, no matter what other two things can exist at one time? Okay, so you can be a Negro and you can be a freedman. If you want reparations, then you go with your legal status that connects you to your lineage. Because the description of your race will not. So let's just keep it there. And I just want to also say, and that's just a legal argument. You can't go into a court of law asking for reparations and you have nothing to connect yourself to these people. So Freedman's going to be the thing. So for Reconstruction 2.0, stick to the facts. The facts are that Negroes, mulattoes, Aboriginals, all these people that were grouped up together after they exterminated half of the people, grouped them all up together and sent them on plantations, whatever plantations. Yeah, you may have gotten free. Yes, God bless you. God bless you and your descent, your ancestors. However, after that war was fought and after we were freed with a D, we became American freedmen. Now I'm going to tell you another way that you're shooting yourselves in the foot. There's a whole Freedman bank that has Freedman forums to give away money in our namesake. And we're being so stupid and idiotic and ignorant to our status where we can be getting reparations right now, but we're letting other groups use our name to get money to go and build up their communities under the Freedman Forum. So stop it. I just can't believe it. I can't believe how we're still having this circular argument and killing ourselves at the same time. Now I'm going to tell you this, and I told Nyhiem this before, and I've said it in spaces. If you don't want to be a freedman and you don't want reparations, sign the opt-out form. And we're good with that. But we're going to get ours. And I'm going to land. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. I appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get to Roz. Roz, I'm sorry. Roz, go ahead and unmute your mic, Roz.
All right. Hey, family. Good evening. I'm not going to be long. I got to get up early in the morning, work out, and go educate some kids. But I did want to say this. I have Negro on my birth certificate, but it's under race. And I just want to make this clear. How can two colored parents have a Negro child? I mean, that's just, the names flip and change as far as race, which we know is a social construct. But as far as political status, I am an American freedman. I trace my ancestors back in this country by myself and my dad. My dad also, who is an octogenarian, and my mom also, who was still, I'm blessed to still be here on this side. And we traced his lineage back to the 1700s and traced my mom's back to the early 1800s within this country. So I think by having that on there on my birth certificate, that and a quarter still can't buy me a cup of coffee. Okay. My brother was born in Freedman's Hospital in Washington, D.C. on Florida Avenue. And I just want to make this perfectly clear. Being a multilingualist, you have the word preto and negro, that's Spanish and Portuguese, for black. You have in French. All of these are just languages and derivations thereof in Portuguese. Now, let's go back to Marcel will appreciate this also. We have the conquistadores, who were the conquistadors of the Spanish, that basically what they did was conquer most of the world. They were in people over in the Philippines speak Spanish, a derivation thereof, Central and South America mostly, Brazil being an exception, and that's in Portuguese. But that Spanish language in negro or preto, either or, means black. That is a racial term. That was not something that that was just created out of imagination. These are Spanish words or Portuguese words that people are actually still using and still hugging real tightly. I'm telling you, I have it on my birth certificate. I'm a lot older than the young man that just spoke. And no offense, and it's not anger, because I don't really know people outside of on this app like that personally. But that has never gotten me anywhere in life. I can't go up there and say, hey, but I'm a Negro. It says it on my birth certificate. As a matter of fact, you can't even use it on this app when you get suspended a lot of the times, because they put me in, say, hey, you got to take that off, right? But this is what I wanted to submit to people. So for me, we keep having the same circular argument. And what I mean by it's like certain people, they find out Nyhiem's coming on, or Gabriel's coming on, whomever, right? Newstoter, Ray, and DJ, they find out, and then they come flocking in to just, and I hear a lot of emotionality. Well, nobody's going to tell me I can't do this. You haven't gotten anything, sister, that spoke earlier about being a Negro. That hasn't gotten you anywhere. But you were a veteran, and you get veteran benefits from that. So that status gives you better benefits than being a Negro. It just does. And I can speak on it because guess what? I have it on my birth certificate too. But like I said, my parents were deemed as colored. So how can two colored people make a Negro or three Negro children? Last thing I wanted to say, and I'll just get up out of here because I got to go. If people really want to push another term, why don't you pay a top scholar, a U.S. constitutional attorney, their going rate of about $1,500 for the hour, and tell them what you want them to. Hey, can I get any kind of benefits, or as far as reparations, if I based upon your background, can I get reparations based upon being a Negro, based upon my race? And just give them that $1,500 and hire them for the hour. Why don't you do that? Don't get on these apps wasting time like this. This is ridiculous to me. And I think we can do better than that. Pay the man $1,500, hire him for the hour, and ask him the question, and tell him to prove to you within that hour why not. And then you'll just leave it alone. Because right now, everybody on here's time is valuable. Even your time is valuable. And one of the things you don't want to do is be that wind that pushes against the reparations that's going to be able to benefit us all. And on that, I'll dock my y'all. Peace, love, and reparations. Thank you for allowing me to speak in this space.
Thank you, sister. And you have a good night as well, too. Glad to hear you up in the space as well, too. We're going to have Talent be our last speaker for the night before we get to our other speakers and let them say something to close it out. Andre, I can't do it tonight, bro. I just can't do it tonight, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah, you got to disconnect, bro. I can't hear that. I can't hear that babbling, talking about Mars and spacecrafts and World War IV about to happen and the little green Martians. I just can't hear it tonight, bro. I've been drinking a little bit too. I can't hear that stuff. Talent, go ahead and unmute your mic. You got it, Talent. Yeah.
Peace and love. I'm glad Rod said what she said. I threw something in the Jumbotron, and it exists right now on the census.gov. It says reason for collecting information on race. Information on race is required for making federal programs and is critical for making policy decisions, particularly for civil rights. States use this data to meet legislative restriction principles, and it says data is also used to promote equal employment opportunities and to assess racial disparities in health and environmental risk. What happened in California with SB 189, with the Office of Business and Management, added a self-identification of American freedmen to the existing African American and Black. It didn't take it away. It didn't remove those from the racial from a racial identifier. It says this is the new political way that you need to identify yourself to yield reparations. It literally just added itself as a self-identifier. But the majority of the people who I've come to understand who represent freedmen come from the camp of ADOS. And even when that shit came out, I seen Yvette Carnell herself say this shot itself in the foot because it says racial identifier, meaning just self-identifying. You can self-identify as anything you want to self-identify. But I literally just put what it says on the census.gov, and I will read it again. It says information on race is
we heard you the first time, bro. We heard you.
Hold on.
Go ahead and let him finish it out, because once he finishes his point, then I'm going to drop him down, and you guys can go ahead and respond real quick. So don't come off the mic. Let him finish.
Thank you. It says information on race is required for making federal programs
and is critical in making policy decisions, particularly for civil rights. So are we talking about getting politically activated in order to have reparations as a nation of people, or are we talking about a political identifier that no matter, even if you don't identify it, your lineage takes you back to a race of Negroes who already had been enslaved and been freed? If we do not need the term to get reparations, then nobody should be on here pushing the term in order to get reparations. It shouldn't be any term that should be pushed if it's always going to go back to finding your paperwork. They keep bringing up California and the reparations task force. I pay attention to what's going on as well. And in the language, Camilla Moore has not said that there's a precedent of finding a Freedman documentation, anything Freedman related. She utilized that term no different as she says free people of color and African Americans, which is the common standard. Like, I am literally looking at individuals who come from a specific sector saying that this is the term that we need to use, and they're going from a legal status to a political status. I just went to the census.gov, and it says in order to get federal policy,
we heard you
have to identify a specific race.
Yeah, we heard you already, bro. Like,
he's about to get ready to land it, so y'all just give him 50 more seconds, talent, and go ahead and land it.
And I'm gonna land it. And listen, and I'm gonna land it here as it pertains to Nyhiem and Brother Ali Bey. You guys come from a Moorish background that even in the teachings of the Moorish Science Temple, it tells you to not utilize the term Negro. So I'm not even here banging on the term Negro. I am saying that you guys keep saying that there's a political status. I looked up what a political status is, and it is something that denotes a special category of a status, which is a prisoner.
Come on, let's land it, bro. Let's land. Hey, none of the speakers come off the mic. Go ahead and land it, talent.
So I'm gonna land it here, right? If in order to secure reparations, it doesn't matter what terms we use, and it's gonna be based on our paperwork. Nobody should be on this platform saying what we need in order to get reparations, and then when I go to the census, it says in order to get race policies, get federal policies, they take the data on race. Freedman has never been.
All right, talent. Thank you, talent.
Please keep him up. Please keep him up. Please keep him up.
No, because I'm not. We finna get ready. No, because we getting ready to close this space out. We've been going almost 4 hours. I'm gonna let him land, and I'm gonna drop him down. Talent, go ahead and land yourself, or I'll land you.
Okay, how I said he landed. No, how I land is don't address me. Address what it says on census.gov about race.
We're gonna do that. We're gonna take you to. All right.
I mean, really, y'all chill out. The space almost over with. Talent, if you don't land it, bro, I'm gonna land you. Hey, man, you don't. Yeah, you going longer than the last few speakers, bro, and you've been up here already.
Not for nothing though, and I know this is short-sighted, but they all right. You're repeating everything you're saying. You know what I mean? It sounds like a broken record. I do this for a living, bro. So it's like I don't think you really need to repeat it because it's already been said. You said the same thing earlier today. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't know, bro. You might have to come with something else other than that. I don't know.
Yeah, we would like to just respond.
Go ahead.
Marcel, and then I'm gonna be done. First of all, using the census to try to say that somehow reparations will be race-based, I thought we all agreed that reparations are not be race-based. That's like the damn basics. The census uses racial data to show disparities. When they say things like, oh, Black Americans are overrepresented in unemployment, they don't just aggregate that data to show that of those Black Americans in a certain study, this many of them are descendants of American slaves. We are doing specificity, I thought. Also, you go ahead and use the census if you want to. All you're going to end up with is what we already have, a Department of Minority Affairs that's going to do every damn thing for all these other people of color, and we're going to be to the bottom like we are now. That's why we're doing specificity. That's first and foremost. Secondly, you talk about California. You know what? Some of y'all went to one fucking meeting in California, and now y'all think y'all know every damn thing about what the task force did and did not do. Shut your goddamn mouth. The California Task Force language says from the very beginning, African Americans who are descendants of American slaves. They are not just saying African Americans. They are right there tying it to a lineage. Now, in the bill that when they're doing this aggregation, they do have it tied as freedmen who are a person who Black Americans or African Americans who is a descendant of an American slave. So if you're using California, you just shot yourself in the foot. Also, no one is saying you have to use the term freedman. You're right. Camilla Moore, to my knowledge, I don't know, I don't watch everything that she does, has never said that. But she doesn't have to say that you have to be a freedman, because saying a descendant, a Black American descendant of American slavery, that's the same thing as saying a goddamn freedman. You're just pointing to the lineage criteria. But freedman is the term. Whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter. Which is why I don't get bent out of shape if people choose not to say it. You're not changing the fact, though, that that term does refer to someone who is a freeman. And to those who are not, they are descendants of free people of color. If African American was all you had to say, then what's the point of saying free people of color? You could have just said African American or Negro. That would include everyone. The fact that they had to break it down to descendants of American slaves and free people of color shows that Negro would not work. I don't know if because I teach for a minute, I can break things down, but this is not hard to understand. The people who are causing the drama aren't those who are from the quote-unquote ADOS camp. It's those who are right now in a twist space, trauma bonding and circle jerking, or they're listening to these speech on their burner accounts. They won't come up here and say anything because they know they don't stand on intelligence and facts. The best thing they're good at doing is making memes and little stupid animation stuff, which of course means nothing. Funny, when Tariq Nasheed did it to those people, they were crying left and right. Crying left and right and saying how he was all cold for doing that to another Black American. You see the hypocrisy with some of these people? When some people were making fun of the pull-ups, which I never did and will never do, saying how Tariq Nasheed said, you shouldn't do outside. He was like, so what? So was the squirrel. So was the possum. And they were crying, saying, he's making fun of us and a little bit of the work we're doing. Now some of these same people are going around making fun of candidates who might lose or, in their view, have lost their election. The hypocrisy is infuriating. I'm not talking about talent when I say those particular things. The people, I want to call them that, quote unquote, the people, quotation marks, that do that, know who they are. They don't come up here and talk about facts and intelligence. They simply post memes and YouTube videos, and it's because you found something on YouTube that makes it right. These people are idiots, and I say that. And but talent, back to you. I'm gonna land here. Negro does not work. If Negro works, then you mentioned California, Camilla Moore. Camilla Moore can just say reparations for Negro. But the fact that they said African Americans are descendants of American slavery and descendants of free people of color shows that specificity is what we need. And you don't have to say freeman, but the African American descendant of American slave is a freeman. Deal with it.
Mind if I go in, Nyhiem, real quick?
Go ahead, bro. I was going to say, go ahead.
No doubt. I want to end it right there, though. I gotta feel myself just ended it right there. That shit. Yeah, no doubt. That's it. I just want to touch on the Census Bureau piece that he was raising, right? Census Bureau is a bureau of the executive branch of government, right? This is not a congressional thing. It's a bureau of the executive branch. That particular Census Bureau takes its cues from the Office of Management and Budget's federal directive called Directive Number 15. Inside of that directive, which informs the Census Bureau about racial classifications and the collection of data, they give a two-part disclaimer. It reads specifically this. These classifications, talking about racial classifications that they have, should not be interpreted as being scientific or anthropological in nature. And here's the important part. Nor should they be viewed as determinants of eligibility for participation in any federal program. So the Census Bureau, which takes its cues from the Office of Management and Budget and its federal directive, is telling you that racial classifications should not be used or viewed as determinants of eligibility for participation in any federal program. What we're talking about when we talk about reparations would be ultimately some type of federal program. And so if they're telling you this, and if Erwin Chemerinsky is telling you, and if the Supreme Court is telling you that racial classifications are not a basis on which to form legislation, otherwise they're going to be challenged for constitutionality, I think we should actually consider that as wise people, and I'll leave it right there.
Yeah, bro, man, this space reminded me of that scene in Boys in the Hood. You want to see a dead body? And this is what happens when these people come up to challenge us, right? They have nothing to stand on. You know, Talent, La Farmer, all of these people, all of the stuff that they said, y'all heard us debunk it in real time. Freedman was never used as a racial classification. We're not saying or pushing for Freedman to be a racial classification or to replace the term Black, Negro, and these names that was given to us by Europeans. They were given to us. We came, we taught on, for all of you who missed the beginning, I know this is a long space, but go back and check about the first hour of this space, and y'all gonna hear us getting into the scholarship. That's what we do. We read things, not with the intent of trying to mislead you like LaFarma Irie does, reading stuff that says freed people, that's speaking to the status of the freedmen, omitting words, lying on me about some crap I don't even know what he's talking about. No, we're going to give it to you straight. We littered the Jumbotron with sources so that you can read it for yourself. It doesn't matter if you had Negro on your birth certificate, colored, Black, etc. What was the status of our people when they came out of slavery? It was freedmen. That status was never, ever terminated. And I'm going to end with this. Ali just gave you the breakdown from Federal Directive 15. It was so funny because I was going to go there myself with Talent, right? But, you know, he left off the stage. He took his talents to another space. But anyway, when it's time for us to get reparations done, you have to understand that whatever we do is going to be challenged. That's why those white supremacists challenged the COVID money that was allocated for Black farmers and the socially disadvantaged people. But their target out of that was the Black farmers. The Black farmers, that was their specific target. And Biden and them had to agree. The Justice Department had to agree. And I was like, well, how do we get around this? We have to take this information and advance it so that those Black farmers can know now we do not want anything as Black people, this all-inclusive term. We want something because we are owed it and we are descendants of freedmen. And we are invoking our political / legal status to do so. It is that simple. And you could take it or leave it. But we're not going to be wrong because the history is clear. And the history is not wrong. With that, I say peace.
All right, DJ, you got it. Go ahead and say something. We're going to get ready to end the space out for the night.
Hey, man, round two. If y'all want to come over to this late night space, I ain't going to sleep. Obviously, everybody got things to put off their chest. So do I. So at the end of the day, you know, I guess the question is, I know you got to go, bro. You know, tomorrow's another day. You know what I mean? I don't have any type of, you know, ethnicity or whatever you might want to call it on my birth certificate. It don't say Black, Negro, mulatto, freeman, none of that shit. I'm from New Jersey. In 1970. No, I got you. I don't have it on mine. Right. So you may be from New Jersey like me, Wu-Tang homie. You know what I'm saying? Jersey took that shit off in 1970, but I also got some folks that's right here in this chat that's a little older than me, and they born and raised in New Jersey and don't got it on their birth certificate either. So it's like, where do we go from here? And you know, my last name Wimbush, for the record, Wimbush. You know what I mean? Battle, Chavis, Moss, you know, Harris, Cato, a little bit, I guess. You know what I mean? But when my grandfather died, you know, asking my cousin some things, she was like, hey, you know, your grandfather was adopted, you know, so that shit was a jaw dropper. I just thought my grandfather was kind of a loner because you never saw him with anybody. You no brothers or sisters, no aunts or no cousins or nothing like that. So, but my great auntie said your grandfather knew his family. His last name was Fields, even though he was adopted by a Wimbush family. So, and his family is very much alive in one of his sisters. So, I'm trying to link up with these folks, but is trying to link up with your folks in the South that you ain't seen in a while, or just people in general. It's like pulling teeth, because when you display this rhetoric to them, it's like, you know what I mean? I don't want it. You're right, Todd. It's like nigga babbling and shit. You know what I'm saying? Well, we gotta understand. We need to start pulling all these records. So again, for the record, I guess Ari already said, yeah. Can we set a date next Thursday? Even though you don't broke it down myself what it is, but everybody still got shit to get off their chest. The Negro versus Freedman debate. You know what I'm saying? Get it off one time. Everybody get your papers together and just come to the helm at the ready. You feel what I'm saying? Come with your skills at the ready. That's all it is, man. But I'll yield there, man.
Well, if this was
all
a
right.
preview to that debate, it ain't going to end well for them people.
Hey, but they want smoke, because you know what I'm saying? This is just a way in. This ain't even round one. You know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't even did their walk in to the beat. Don't.
Yeah, you got people now in the damn comment section and stuff. That's why you can't even read these comments, because people sitting up here talking about we was biased. I was biased. I shut the brother down. I didn't give him. The brother spoke twice tonight. Was long-winded both times. Yeah. Yeah, was long-winded both times. Came up here, kept reading it, kept trying to say, hey man, while all the other speakers was trying to come on out, the last few speakers was quick. He was long-winded 2 times. So, I don't even want to hear this stuff. So as always, you always had the trolls that come out. People sit up here because they feel like their person didn't get a chance to shine the way they wanted to. Was fair the whole night. We had over 20 some odd speakers came up here and spoke. Not just the 3 that was up here the whole time. Had over 20 some speakers that came in here and spoke. And a lot of them spoke for a long time till we started shortening it up or whatever. So, like I said, you can never satisfy everybody. And that's not what we're trying to do anyway. So, CJ Black, if you got a problem with the way the space was ran, that's on you. You can put out whatever comment you want to put out, bro. I don't give a damn. Everybody came up here, got a chance to speak. We knock speakers down so other people can get a chance to speak. But as always, you got people sitting in the background, running their mouth, talking about stuff, making stuff up. And like you say, a bunch of them in here got burner accounts, came up in here, people we don't rock with, people we hadn't been associated with for about 5-6 months, coming up in the spaces the past couple nights and stuff like that. So it never fails. People always they have this affiliation and this bond with people, and it blinds them. They can't see the truth anytime. So I'm not even studying it. If that's how you feel, bro, fine. You could have came up here and got on the mic yourself, but you didn't. You want to sit up here talking about how biased somebody was to this person, because this person just going on. I'm telling them, hey man, go ahead, because the last 2 speakers that came up here, Roz and I forgot who else came up here before, went ahead, said what they had to, and go. But he's going. Wasn't gonna stop either. Like, come on, bro, let's go ahead and get it done. So whatever. But nonetheless, it was a good space tonight. It was a pretty long space. Y'all make sure y'all catch DJ for part 2. So he's gonna have that space going on. That's gonna be going on to the early morning as well too. I want to thank Marcel, Nyhiem, and Mr. Ali, and I want to thank all the speakers, all 20 some of y'all that came out with various opinions and different viewpoints. I'm like this right here. Everybody's going to have a difference of opinion on what they want to be classified, what they want to be called. I don't give a damn personally. As long as they go ahead and cut my check, I can on both sides of my family, I can trace my lineage back. So whether I say I'm FBA, whether I say I'm a DOS, whether I say I'm a Freedman or this and that or whatever, when it's time for reparations to come, I know exactly my bloodline on my mother's side and my father's side, from the Carolinas to Alabama. So I won't have any issue collecting that check. So, if we can get to the point where we can ever get on that, I doubt we're ever going to get to that point where we can all work together, whatever. That's just not going to happen. You see that here on Twitter. This is just a small part of Black America in the country. So you understand, if we can't get along on the app where we don't even see people, we're hundreds, if not thousands of miles separated, in real life, it's not going to work. We just need to go ahead and take care of our own people, take care of our own, our own situation and stuff like that.
But Newstoter, though, there are those of us actually doing the work who may not always see eye to eye on things, but the work is being done. That's the problem. Sometimes us trying to get along with everyone is what sometimes causes the issue. You try to pull everyone along, and you find they ain't nothing but trolls, just deliberately dumb as hell, ignorant thieves, crooks, criminals, immature.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, real quick, Marcel. You don't need everybody to be on the same page. Like we don't. Everybody, when they always talk about black people, talk about, well, there's 40-some million of us, there's 50-some million. You don't need every black person out there to go ahead and do something. So we got to get past that. Like you say, there's the ones that's doing the work out there on the ground. Yeah, we need a bigger portion of our people doing it, but we don't have to worry about trying to get every single black person on board, because that's not realistic. But go ahead and get who we can get and ride with that. Let those people, if everybody wants to break down in different segments and stuff like that, as long as they willing to do the work or whatever, that's cool. That's fine. We still have a common goal. So I don't even worry about that no more. Like, do what you can with your people. I do what I can with my people. Hopefully we can find a common ground and come together, and we can make it bigger. If not, then we just have to go ahead and do the work that we can do. And I think that we're doing a good job of doing it. Like you said, there's people on the ground. All you guys are on the ground doing groundwork and stuff like that. There's people, that's in different factions of the movement or whatever, doing what they can do as well too. So I don't knock that. If people want to claim a heritage or this or that or whatever, I don't care. I don't, to each is his own. I don't care what a person claims or what they say they want to be called or whatever. Hey, do you? That's how I look at it. Do you keep going strong or whatever? Best of luck to you. And we're just gonna push forward and keep pressing forward with what we do, man. So that's how I look at it. And I appreciate you guys coming in. I appreciate the dialogue. At times it got a little bit, heated and this and that. But I mean, when you have conversations like that happens. So we try to control the room as best we can. And like I say, people still never satisfied. People still looking for reasons to gripe and complain or whatever. Because let's be for real, there are people that was up here speaking that on different sides people don't like, straight up. People don't like you, Marcel. People don't like Nyhiem. I'm sure people don't like Mr. Ali. They sure don't like me and DJ. But guess what? At the end of the day, we don't give a damn. So, yeah, well, at the end of the day, I don't give a damn. Like, I'm not sitting up here trying to be your friend either. So I don't care.
Hey, I hope that disc record coming real soon, homie. You know what I'm saying? I'm ahead working.
Yeah, so on that note, man, we're gonna go ahead and close this space out. We may have to do a part two. I don't know, man. That I don't know about the Negro and the Freedman thing. Though. I don't know, man. Oh no, yeah, because we all. I mean, my roots is Freedman and Negro. So I mean, I can't just do one on the and it'll just be too much, man. So on that note, man.
It's really a false equivalence, right? It's a malicious argument because it's a false equivalence that they're trying to. It's like an apple and orange kind of thing, and they're trying to make it seem like it's a real debate. It's really not. It's really not. It's baseless. It's baseless.
It's not a debate. Newstoter. Negro is like the seed, and the pulp of the apple, and the flesh of the apple is like Freedman. Okay, now Negroes that were formerly enslaved by America are freedmen, and so are their descendants who are racially Negro. It's really, that's California, African Americans who are descendants of American slaves. You can take out, you say Negroes who are descendants of American slaves. Same thing. They're not mutually exclusive. We're not going to make it seem like they're two different identities. One is a racial identity, one is the status. They do not work against each other. There is some combating with them. And they doing it like that, we're going to give credence to this idea that Negroes over here and Freedmen's over there, when truth be told, all the Negroes were freedmen. And
can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, because I still consider myself fairly new here, so I just like to make sure I'm understanding things correctly. Okay, so now those people that were free.
Quick question though. Quick question.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Okay. All right. So now, for those people that were free for whatever reason, whether
the slave owner gave them freedom, or they were born free, or whatever, wouldn't they become a freedman by default? Because now they are part of a group that's free collectively due to the freedman status, as opposed to being a free person individually.
So here's the thing. That's the way I would look at it. But unfortunately, because technically the end of the Civil War Emancipation Proclamation freed those that were still in bondage, technically those people were the ones that experienced a status change because of that. So those people will be the free persons of color and their descendants. So that's why we always added their descendants of free persons of color. That's how our legislature looked at it, just to make sure.
Just to be specific.
Right, just to make sure that no group was excluded. Now you guys see it, and you got that Nikki Barnes one, Luke's two friends down there trolling. They done heard us say that free persons of color and descendants of American slaves, that will leave no black person out. Now you got Nikki Barnes down there with her white boyfriend talking about some her white husband, she created Creole. Oh, you're going to exclude me. No, we do that. Now here's what I said. I said that those who were free from prior to the Civil War, most of them were formerly enslaved too, yes. But just to be on the safe side legally, the status change was applied the way I understood it, was applied to those that were free by means of the Emancipation Proclamation, Civil War, 13th, 14th Amendment, blah, 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 blah. Descendants of free persons of color and their descendants will also I will also include them as well as a group to get reparations, just to make sure they're not left out of, even though they represent a very small fraction. And you can be sure that most of their descendants intermarried and had children from our black people who were formerly enslaved. But I was good to be on the same side.
Okay. DJ finna hit a space up, y'all. So you're gonna have a part 2 of this going on. I'm not sure when you can get ready to start up in a second, DJ.
Start as soon as you drop.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead because I'm gonna come over there for a little bit too. Because after these spaces, man, I be kind of like up, like I gotta burn some energy, especially last night, boy.
All night. Let's go.
Yeah, last night I was fucking. I'm sorry, pardon my language, but last night I definitely was pumped up. So yeah, I'm gonna get ready to come through over there in a second too. So thank you to all you guys that came to the space, supported as well. If you could go ahead and just retweet it out for your people who didn't get a chance to actually listen, they can get a chance to play this space back. We recorded. So thank you guys for coming out, supporting. And we'll be back probably either Sunday or Monday to do another space. If you don't know about the Newstoter spaces, Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when you can catch us. Remember, Newstoter is the largest Black American-owned news curation platform today in America. Make sure you visit newstoter.com daily to find the latest breaking news of what's going on in Black America. So until then, guys, we will see you. Make sure you come and check out my man's space coming up. I'm going to be up in there co-hosting for a little bit. So I'll see y'all over there.
Get a little bit of that jumbotron. Get in the jumbotron, y'all. Get in the jumbotron.
It's like a million things in the jumbotron, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to hurry up and post this damn Twitter space up there before you close this motherfucker out. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm about to say it's like a million things up there in the jumbotron.
It's in the top left of the space if y'all want to come over there, though. But I'm dropping down right now so I can go ahead and call them on my phone and shit. You know what I mean? Later, y'all.
All right, y'all. We'll see y'all over there.